To order, I'd ask unanimous consent that the chair be authorized to declare recess at any time during today's hearing without objection. That's so ordered. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to give an opening statement. Today, the committee obviously formally kicks off our work on the Federal Aviation Administration's reauthorization. A strong bipartisan reauthorization is my top legislative priority, and I look forward to working with Ranking Member Larson to complete a bill on time. As a professional pilot and an active user of the system, I'm extremely proud of our aviation system, including its safety record. In this committee, there continues to be a bipartisan commitment to safety and maintaining the U.S. leadership and credibility as the gold standard for aviation safety. In 11 of the past 13 years, there have been no passenger fatalities on scheduled domestic passenger flights, despite the fact that passenger ridership has increased by 50% between 2002 and 2019 before the pandemic. General aviation is safer, with the number of fatal and non-fatal accidents trending downward since 2000. Congress and the FAA, in partnership with the industry and with labor and the traveling public, have fought to make air travel as safe as possible. And our safety record and safety culture are testaments to that. However, recently there have been some incidents that reemphasize why getting an FAA reauthorization is done on time and why that is so critical. On January 13th, we had a runway incursion that occurred at JFK International Airport with two passenger planes nearly running into each other as one crossed an active runway. And just this past weekend at Austin International Airport, a cargo plane was cleared to land on the same runway where another passenger aircraft was beginning its takeoff roll. It shows that even following the safest decade in our history, our aviation system is clearly in need of some urgent attention. As Mr. Bolter says in his testimony, complacency and stagnation are equal threats to a safety culture. The previous conventional wisdom for regulating safety always focused on addressing concerns after an aviation accident. Now the FAA seeks to mitigate risk before accidents happen. In addition, the NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, has several open safety recommendations that I think warrant review. The committee is going to be reviewing all such recommendations while reauthorizing the NTSB as part of this FAA reauthorization. In conclusion, I want to assure you all, particularly those of us who are here today who have lost loved ones to aviation accidents, that we all share the common goal of enhancing the United States gold standard in aviation safety, and that safety remains our top priority. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today on how we can further improve safety as we craft the bill this year. And I now recognize Ranking Member Larson for his opening statement.
Thank you and good morning. And thank you, Chairman Graves, for calling today's hearing on aviation safety to kick off our efforts to develop and pass the next Federal Aviation Administration authorization bill. In this hearing, we'll evaluate different policies, programs, and technologies that have led to the U.S. becoming a global leader in aviation safety and what improvements still need to be made. According to the FAA, commercial aviation fatalities in the U.S. have decreased by 95% over the last 25 years. While this downward trend clearly demonstrates the great strides made in U.S. aviation safety and should be applauded, clearly more work needs to be done. For instance, just last month, the FAA's Safety Notice System, also known as Notice to Air Missions, or NOTAM system, failed when a contractor inadvertently deleted a file on a NOTAM database, leading the FAA to ground flights nationwide. Though the outage was initially caused by human error, the system's lack of redundancies and outdated technology were what allowed it to happen in the first place. While the FAA is in the midst of a multi-year NOTAM modernization effort, we do need to strengthen the IT infrastructure that supports the national airspace system. That's why I, along with Chairman Graves, supported the recent passage of a Representative Stauber and DeSaulnier's NOTAM Improvement Act to create a task force to evaluate and recommend improvements to the NOTAM system. Aircraft certification has also been a priority of this committee for the last several years. In the wake of the tragic Boeing 737 MAX accidents and crashes, this committee conducted a nearly 2-year investigation into the design, development, and certification of the Boeing 737 MAX aircraft. The results led to Congress passing the Aircraft Certification, Safety, and Accountability Act in 2020 to restore the integrity of the FAA's aircraft certification process and make air travel safer. I look forward to hearing from FAA Acting Associate Administrator for Aviation Safety, Dave Bolter, on the status of these key reforms, the agency's progress, and any reasons for delay. Also, of particular interest is how the new airspace entrants, such as advanced air mobility aircraft and drones, will integrate safely into the NAS. Manufacturers and operators need timely guidance and regulatory certainty from the FAA to plan for and meet the agency's new certification and operating requirements. And finally, on aviation safety issues that are not limited to just the FAA, it requires multiple industries and agencies to coordinate. For instance, just a year ago, the nationwide deployment of 5G wireless rightfully raised aviation safety concerns over potential interference with aircraft radio altimeters. Due to the actions of this committee, the FAA, and aviation stakeholders, the telecoms finally came to the table and coordinated with the FAA, the NTIA, and the FCC to develop a plan allowing for the deployment of 5G while maintaining aviation safety. A little later, I will distribute the actual meanings of those acronyms, but to save time, I won't read them out loud here. In fact, the FAA is briefing this committee on its 5G efforts later today. The best way to address these and other critical aviation safety issues is through a bipartisan, long-term FAA reauthorization bill. The 2018 bill or law was the first significant multi-year authorization since 2012 and the first 5-year authorization since 1982. And according to the FAA, the signing of that long-term bill freed the agency from uncertainty of more short-term extensions and authorized the reliable, predictable funding that the FAA needed to invest in critical priorities. So I look forward to working with Chairman Graves and the members of this committee to ensure the FAA has the necessary funding and long-term certainty it needs. And I'm glad to see the witnesses that we have today. I look forward to the testimony from all the witnesses. As this committee considers the upcoming FAA reauthorization, we remain committed to ensuring the highest level of aviation safety here in the U.S. to continue to be the global gold standard. So thank you. I look forward to tackling these issues to ensure the safety of the flying public.
Thanks, Rick. Due to the significance of today's kickoff hearing, I do want to recognize the ranking member and chairman of the subcommittee for opening statements too. So, Representative Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for having this timely hearing on aviation safety. First of all, if you look back over the past decade, we just had the safest decade in aviation history, where, let's be clear, the goal is 0 deaths. But in the last 10 years, we've had 3 fatalities with scheduled passenger airlines, as compared to the previous decade, about 140. Now, you look at what's happening in the news today, whether it's incursions or close calls, you've seen the failure of the air traffic control system, you've seen problems with airports and airlines, information systems, including staffing and reservation systems. We need to all be very concerned about what's going on, because let's keep in mind, what we have on the horizon is a fundamental change or transformation in our aviation system with the entrance of various new technologies into the national airspace system. We have to make sure that we're thinking ahead, making sure that the regulatory structure, the organizational structure of the FAA is one that is able to facilitate safely these new entrants into the market. On the general aviation side, we have continued to see progress as well, with roughly over 100,000 flight hours, I believe, over the last decade. Preliminary data shows that we've had 1.07 fatalities. If you look in previous decades, it's 1.35 and 1.49. So we're certainly moving in the right direction in regard to commercial and general aviation safety. Let me say it again, coming back to what we've seen in just recent months. We all need to be alarmed by what's happening. We need to ensure that we not just can continue this trend in aviation safety on the commercial and the GA side, but that we can also continue to be the country that facilitates new technology and entrance into the market in a way that does not hinder the entrepreneurs that are investing in new technologies. Right now, the alarm bell should be going off across the aviation industry. Our system's stretched and stressed to capacity. Demand is projected to go nowhere but up. Exacerbating that, we're all well aware of the increased demand that we're going to see with pilots, with A&P, and other types of aviation jobs or workforce. and we need to make sure, again, that we're able to be proactive and meet the growing demands. Part of that demand is going to be driven by new entrants. In the next 10 years, aerospace will involve an ever-increasing number of drones, the introduction of electric aircraft, including electric vertical takeoff and landing, eVTOL, the reintroduction of civil supersonic aircraft, and expanded use of commercial space transportation vehicles. I wish my buddy Mr. Babin were here to hear that. Our regulatory and organizational structure must adapt if we're going to safely integrate new entrants into the market. Safety doesn't mean eliminating risk entirely. The old joke about the safest airplane is the one that doesn't fly still applies. Our role in the FAA and the FAA's role is to manage risk and ensure safety, but also ensure that we can continue to reap the incredible benefits of aviation and flight. Our global leadership in aviation begins with global leadership in aviation safety. And the only way to maintain our gold standard is to continue to enhance it. I'm going to say it again. The goal is zero. We have an opportunity to rise to the moment and address the root causes of these recent incidents and safely integrate new operators, all while ensuring that our safety culture is as robust as possible. The aviation system is telling us something's wrong, and we need to listen. The only way we can ensure safety is being proactive in our upcoming FAA Reauthorization bill and fixing issues before they become problems. I look forward to working with the committee members and our witnesses on provisions in the 2018 FAA Reauthorization bill that, let's make note, is still not fully implemented, to ensure America continues to lead the world in innovation in aviation safety. Again, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for the hearing and yield back.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank you and the ranking member for holding this important hearing today. I'm deeply honored to serve as the ranking member of this aviation subcommittee and working with Chairman Garrett Graves to formulate our next FAA reauthorization bill. In 2018, the FAA reauthorization law was passed with Chairman Schuster. Congress included more than 90 safety-focused provisions ranging from flight attendant fatigue to secondary flight deck barriers on passenger aircraft to the integration of uncrewed aircraft systems into our national airspace system. It also included another important provision that I authored to require the FAA to establish minimum dimensions for passenger seats on airplanes to protect the safety of the flying public. Shockingly, even though the FAA was congressionally mandated to act on this provision within 1 year, the FAA did not even begin cabin evacuation testing until late November and December of 2019, well after the 1-year deadline. And during its testing, they limited their study to able-bodied individuals between the ages of 18 and 60. This means lap children, seniors, people with disabilities, non-English speakers, larger individuals, and more were not included, far from a representative sample of people who are on an airplane and would need to evacuate. The FAA itself acknowledged that the test relied on able-bodied adults, subjects under the age of 60, and the result provided, quote, useful but not necessarily definitive information regarding the effects of seat dimensions on safe evacuations for all populations. It was flawed, and it was congressionally mandated to conduct a study, and it should have done an appropriate one. In August, the FAA finally initiated a public comment period to assist in its determination on whether minimum seat dimensions are necessary. The FAA received over 26,000 comments from the flying public, the majority of which were articulated that the miserably dreadful experiences these small seats provide. Probably the most miserable experience most Americans have in terms of comfort is when they're on an airplane. Mr. Garrett Graves is right. It was the safest year yet. It was also the most uncomfortable decade. As we begin our work on our next reauthorization bill, it's imperative that this issue be reexamined. That's why Senator Duckworth and I will introduce our bill, the Emergency Vacating of Aircraft Cabin Act, aka EVAC Act, EVAC. This bill will ensure that the aircraft evacuation standards do a better job of taking real-life conditions into account to ensure all passengers can safely evacuate in an emergency. Our bill is supported by a wide variety of stakeholders such as AARP, Captain Sullenberger, the Association of Flight Attendants, the Allied Pilots Associations, and more. This committee should also look at establishing a moratorium on further seat shrinkage on airplanes and requiring the FAA to reconduct its testing before it promulgates a rule that could lead to even smaller seats. I look forward to continuing to work on this issue with Senator Blumenthal. In addition to this important passenger safety issue, I look forward to working on some other safety issues. improving conditions for passengers with disabilities, including for individuals who use powered wheelchairs, updating the Air Carriers Access Act to close the surface gap in air travel for passengers with disabilities, establishing airplane temperature standards on flights for passengers and crew members alike. How many times have we been freezing on airplanes? Implementing a longstanding NTSB recommendation. Jim Hall, decades ago, made this proposal and still says how important it is that it is, addressing deficiencies in commercial aviation black box requirements. They can be made to float and be recovered without having to go to the bottom of the oceans, as we've had to do in other situations. Ensuring outdoor concerts are protected by the same temporary flight restrictions as sporting events, and preventing air rage incidents and giving the FAA the necessary tools to enforce relevant civil and criminal penalties. While aviation safety has continued to improve over the last decade, we should remain vigilant and ensure we consider all our airspace users as we craft the next reauthorization bills. Yes, we only had 3 deaths in the United States, but we had lots of deaths in Southeast Asia that were caused by an American company that built airplanes that were probably responsible for those crashes and the loss of those lives. I look forward to hearing from our esteemed witnesses today, and I thank you all for being here and look forward to the next bill.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. I'd ask unanimous consent that the witnesses' full statements be included in the record, and without objection, that is so ordered. And since your written testimony is going to be made a part of the record, the committee asks that you try to limit yourself to 5 minutes. And with that, our first witness is Mr. David Bolter, who is the acting associate administrator for aviation safety at the FAA. Mr. Bolter.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair Graves, Ranking Member Larson, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm David Bolter, and I'm the Acting Associate Administrator for Aviation Safety at the Federal Aviation Administration, a role I've held for almost a year. During my career, I have been fortunate to serve in numerous aviation roles, both in industry and with commercial air carriers and in government. Over the past 25 years, my government service includes positions in the FAA as an aviation safety inspector, senior representative in Afghanistan, director of operations for multiple flight operations within the agency, and an executive for the FAA's flight program. My permanent position is the executive director of flight standards. I believe my breadth of real-world experiences give me a common-sense approach that focuses on safety and constantly moving forward. In my mind, complacency and stagnation are equal threats to safety. In December 2020, Congress passed the Aircraft Certification, Safety, and Accountability Act with more than 100 provisions for the FAA to implement. I thank the committee for its leadership in passing this important legislation, and we have completed more than half of its directives. The important work we have accomplished includes strengthening oversight of manufacturers that have delegated authority through the Organization Designation Authorization, ODA program, instituting the Voluntary Safety Reporting Program for FAA safety employees, and recently issued a notice of proposed rulemaking that would require aircraft manufacturers, on-demand and for-hire Part 135, and air tour operators to implement a safety management system. We remain focused on implementation of this legislation and continue to make significant strides in fulfilling its requirements. I also want to thank the families of the victims of Lion Air Flight 610, Ethiopian Airlines 302, and Continental Flight 3407 for their tireless advocacy. The work on behalf of your loved ones has improved aviation safety for everyone. In recent months, the agency has made important headway in meeting additional mandated obligations aimed at improving safety and moved a number of rules forward. I am proud to say that in my one-year tenure, we have published 7 aviation safety rulemaking actions stemming from congressional direction. The commercial aviation system, as you've heard from earlier, in the United States currently operates at an unprecedented level of safety, but we do not take that for granted. We achieved this safety record because we have made concerted effort to continually evolve how we approach safety oversight, both in detecting risks and responding to risk identified. Key to this approach is a commitment to sharing data through open and transparent safety culture to detect risks and address problems before accidents occur. We approach each day knowing we have big shoes to fill from the day before. Our mission is continuous improvement in safety, even as we see significant changes on the horizon of how people and packages might travel by air in our busiest cities and across the country. The FAA is rising to that occasion. We are taking steps to establish a regulatory framework that enables innovation and manages the identified risk commensurate with the desired operations. This ensures that all new entrants will benefit from 120 years of lessons learned since the Wright brothers made their first controlled flight. I would like to acknowledge my fellow panel members. I'm encouraged that you've asked representatives from a wide range of aviation interests to speak today. As we all know, aviation is a team sport. Aviation safety is a team sport, and we all share the mutual goal of making the world's safest mode of transportation even safer. While we have all specific roles to play, we understand the solemn trust that the public has placed in all of us. Today, I want to briefly share some of the actions we are taking to fulfill our safety mission, which extends from general aviation to commercial and air carrier operations. Evolving our regulatory structure is necessary to enable new users of the airspace and to support innovation and new commercial operations with aircraft and technologies that are evolving at a pace not previously seen in our industry. Sustaining the agency's safety record will be dependent upon the ability to be agile in our regulations, yet firm in our enforcement. And although we recognize the need to adapt new technologies, we must also manage risk and be deliberative when necessary. The FAA is using modern tools and philosophies to develop a regulatory environment that ensures aviation safety remains paramount. It's an exciting time in aviation, and we have a lot to look forward to. This also means there's no shortage of work ahead. Finally, we will continue to engage with the aviation community, our labor partners, and industry stakeholders on addressing the safety and sustainability challenges that face our industry. Our collaborative efforts with longstanding groups like the Commercial Aviation Safety Team, the General Aviation Joint Safety Committee, and the U.S. Helicopter Safety Team help us achieve our collective safety mission and continue to push the envelope in finding ways to enhance safety for all stakeholders. We look forward to continued support from the committee and subcommittee on maintaining the safest aviation system in the world during this time of rapid innovation. Thank you, sir.
Next, we have the Honorable Jennifer Hamadeh, who is Chair of the National Transportation Safety Board. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Larson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss the NTSB's priorities with respect to aviation safety. This weekend will mark the 14th anniversary of the crash of Colgan Air 3407, and I want to recognize the families who've worked so hard to champion safety to avoid more tragedies. As you know, the NTSB investigates every civil aviation accident in the United States, participates in over 400 foreign investigations each year, and maintains all civil aviation accident data. In the 14 years since Colgan, there have been only 2 other years in which there was a passenger fatality as a result of an accident involving a U.S. air carrier. In that time, the number of deaths in the U.S. due to all aviation accidents have decreased by roughly 1/3. This is an incredible safety record, and it's a testament to the efforts of this committee, Congress, the FAA, industry, labor, and families to take the lessons learned from our independent investigations to advocate for and make changes to improve safety. Yet tragedies still occur. We still investigate over 1,000 accidents every year, and we also see incidents like the near collision in Austin this past weekend, which could have been catastrophic. It's important that FAA Reauthorization consider these challenges and how to meet them safely in general aviation, charter, commuter, and air medical operations, and for large passenger and cargo air carriers. My written statement details several areas where safety improvements are needed, but I want to briefly highlight a couple of priorities. First is the safety of commercial aviation operations governed under Part 91, which carry paying passengers but are not subject to the same or similar standards as other commercial operations. This includes some air tour and sightseeing flights, parachute jump flights, and living history flights. We've investigated fatal accidents in these operations from Vermont to Hawaii, in Texas, New York, California, and Connecticut, impacting some of your states and your constituents. We're reviewing the FAA's recent actions to require safety management systems for Part 135 operations and Part 91 air tours. Their proposed rulemaking is a major step forward, but we remain concerned that other commercial operations aren't included, meaning not all paying members of the public on these types of flights will be protected. We should take this opportunity to strengthen safety for all passengers. Second, I want to thank the committee, and particularly Congressman Stauber and Congressman DeSaulnier, for your leadership in addressing problems with NOTAMs. This includes those identified in the 2017 incident where an Air Canada flight almost landed on 4 other planes on a taxiway in San Francisco. Another issue in that incident was the cockpit voice recorder was overwritten before it could be removed. We continue to have investigations, such as the incident last month at JFK and now Austin, where the data isn't available to our investigators due to the current time limitation. We've recommended that the FAA require new and existing aircraft have 25-hour recorders that's consistent with standards of our European counterparts and adopted by ICAO, rather than the current 2-hour recording that is the standard in the United States. The ability to have accident data from cockpit audio as well as image recorders is critical for making sure that we, operators and flight crew members, know why accidents and incidents occur and how to prevent them. Finally, emerging technologies already here and on the horizon: commercial space, uncrewed aircraft, new and different power sources like batteries and different kinds of fuels bring new complex challenges that we must be prepared for. The NTSB will stand ready, as always, to investigate accidents and make recommendations to improve safety. I trust that as the committee works on FAA reauthorization, that you'll consider these issues, and that you'll also consider the resources necessary to support the independent investigations of the NTSB and the mission we are able to carry out. To that end, we look forward to also working with you on NTSB reauthorization. The purpose of the mandate you've given us to conduct independent investigations is to improve safety. Investments made in the NTSB are investments in maintaining America's gold standard for safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to go to Captain Jason Ambrosi, who is the president of the Airline Pilots Association. Thanks for being here, Captain.
Thank you, Chairman Graves, Ranking Member Larson, and the committee members. I am Captain Jason Ambrosi, President of the Airline Pilots Association International, which represents more than 67,000 pilots in the United States and Canada, and I remain a current and qualified international captain on the Boeing 767. Like many airline pilots, I began my career flying for a regional airline. I was hired by Delta Airlines in 2000, 18 months before the terrorist attacks of 9/11 would change our industry forever. The loss of Continental Flight 3407, in which 50 people died near Buffalo, New York, also changed our industry forever. Later this week, we will mark the 14th anniversary of that accident. It was the final in a series of tragedies that led this nation to commit to becoming the gold standard in aviation safety. The passage of the 2010 FAA bill played a critical role in our nation's achievement of this goal. Because of it, U.S. air transportation benefits from landmark safety improvements such as pilot qualification, experience, and training requirements, and safety management systems based on enhanced voluntary safety reporting programs. Through the bill, Congress also ensured U.S. pilots have science-based fatigue rules and training in areas such as mentoring and leadership, high-altitude operations, adverse weather, and stall prevention and recovery. These and other safety improvements in the 2010 FAA bill and the presence of at least 2 experienced and trained pilots working together on every airliner flight deck have been critical. Collaborative efforts by labor, industry, and government have also been key. Safety programs like CAST and ASIAS have been game changers that apply state-of-the-art analytics to aviation and position the United States on the leading edge of safety analysis. Together, these advancements have brought us to where we are today. It's no accident that the airline passenger fatality rate has dropped by 99.8% since the law was passed in 2010. We have set the gold standard, and I know we share a common goal of ensuring we never accept bronze or silver. This extraordinary record demonstrates that the current system is working in the way it was intended. The United States is creating thousands of new pilots each year who have the experience and training they need to ensure this nation maintains its place as the global safety leader. As an airline pilot who has flown for more than 25 years and worked for both regional and mainline carriers, I can tell you that all U.S. passengers deserve one level of safety. In the upcoming FAA reauthorization, Congress has a historic opportunity to maintain and expand this country's global leadership in safety for all Americans, whether they fly out of major hubs or small rural airports. We thank the committee for passing the Aircraft Certification Reform Bill to improve the entire certification system. Continuing to modernize the air traffic infrastructure and NOTAM system is also important. We urge lawmakers to consider modernization funding that spans multiple reauthorization and appropriation cycles so that the FAA has stable, long-term resources to increase aviation safety and efficiency. The U.S. air transportation system's gold standard of safety has made this country a global leader. But this nation can never become complacent about aviation safety, especially as we work to integrate new and expanding users into the shared national airspace. Any new technology, system, or change in procedure or regulation must maintain or improve the current level of safety. We know that this committee is interested in inspiring more young people to consider aviation professions, and we applaud you and your effort because it's a great time to be an airline pilot. ALPA hopes the reauthorization process can also create more opportunities for people of all backgrounds to become airline pilots. Lawmakers can align federal funding support for education required to become an airline pilot with that of other highly skilled professions and make aviation education more accessible to minorities and underrepresented groups. ALPA is ready to work with all aviation stakeholders to keep this country leading the world in aviation safety, open the doors of opportunity for everyone who aspires to fly, and ensure that communities, large and small, have the safe air service they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got to step out for a second to meet with the Missouri Adjutant General, but I'll be listening in the antechamber. But I want to introduce Mr. Pete Bunce, who's the president of GAMA, the General Aviation Manufacturers Association. Thanks for being here, Pete.
Thank you, Chairman Graves and Ranking Member Larson, for allowing me to be in front of you today. We've got a lot of work to do with FAA reauthorization. I was very encouraged by your words last night and this morning about the bipartisan nature with which we're going to approach this, because we have to correct some things that are not going in the right direction, particularly in aircraft certification. We talk about the gold standard, and when you look at how we do rulemaking, it is the gold standard how we start it. We do an aviation rulemaking advisory committee to start with. We bring in experts from all over the planet, regulatory authorities, and the best from industry, and we go ahead and do rulemaking, talk about doing rulemaking, set the framework for it, and then what happens? It sits on the shelf. And a prime example of this is, as you all know, AXA that was passed just a couple years ago. One of the primary tenets in that was safety management systems. We did that in 2014, and that rule sat on the shelf for manufacturers until recently an NPRM, a Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, was just issued. But it goes much further than that. We're at the 14th anniversary of the Miracle on the Hudson. We went and did the Advanced Aviation Rulemaking Committee talking about flocking bird tests. That has sat on the shelf now since 2015, but EASA, the European Union Aviation Safety Agency, they promulgated their rule. These examples go on and on. To Mr. Bolter's credit, those rules that are in his purview, because he's a man of action and he's taken the reins and is actually making things happen, have been able to advance rules in his area. But some of these really large rules go up and they sit at FAA legal, or they go into the black hole at DOT, or get delayed in the transmission to OMB, and they just sit there and sit there. All the while, EASA promulgates the rules, because, as they should, because they were part of the rulemaking committee, and that becomes the world standard for the rule. There's something wrong with that process. But worse than that is, during that entire time, we have aviation specialists, mainly in Mr. Bolter's area, that have to focus on being able to do exemptions, special conditions, and what we call equivalent level of safety analysis each and every time, because a rule is not out there that the manufacturers just simply have to say, we've complied with the rule, and the FAA checks that. That sucks up resources that doesn't allow us to do the technology improvements that you talked about, Chairman Graves, and being able to move the ball forward, because the resources just aren't there. And that causes delay after delay after delay. Exacerbating that is the new people within the workforce in aircraft certification. 40% of that workforce has less than 2 years of experience. Now, that's in the aircraft certification branch. The way we used to do it pre-pandemic is we would train new specialists basically through on-the-job training from the older, what we call the old heads, that imparted their knowledge. Well, in the dispersed places where we live now, where specialists are, that training isn't available. And I know that I've talked with Chairman Sam Graves and Ranking Member Larson about this. We have got to fix that. We can do joint training between industry and Mr. Bolter's regulators and aviation specialists, and we can do it. We can have Boeing people go train at Gulfstream on a different coast and vice versa. Pratt people up in Connecticut go to GE in Ohio. We can do that to have the safeguards in there, but we've got to fix the training, because only through that, then we can have accountability in the workforce with timelines that we can start bringing technology on board, like technology that will allow pilot to see if somebody's been cleared for takeoff on the runway, because they can actually see a pictorial display in the cockpit, or a safe taxi route if somebody is on an active runway. And we can do that with color presentation and that, but we'll never be able to certify that technology unless we have the technicians available and the rules to facilitate it. Lastly, international validations. Right now, and as you saw in the prep material that the chairman put out for this hearing, we have a system right now where we have people having great scrutiny across the Atlantic Ocean on equipment that we certify, and vice versa. We're not implementing the bilateral safety agreement like it was meant to, and what we do by the technical implementation procedures. We aren't measuring it, and we are hoping that this committee will demand from the FAA metrics and an ability, an annual report to be able to say how we are improving in the areas of validation. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Next, we have Ed Bolin, President and Chief Executive Officer of the National Business Aviation Association. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Larson, members of the committee. I think it's been stated today that the U.S., since the Wright brothers, has been the world leader in all aspects of aviation. And the foundation of our success in aviation has been safety. Working together, legislators, regulators, and industry, we've made aviation the safest mode of transportation. It's an incredible record of success. But I think everybody here knows a great threat to success is complacency. It takes constant improvement to get to be the best. It takes constant improvement to stay the best. If you're not constantly improving, you're not keeping up. And with this FAA reauthorization bill, we have an opportunity to remain the best, to constantly get better, to avoid complacency, and to make sure we never fall behind. NBAA comes forward to this hearing today with 10 recommendations where we can provide targeted solutions to recognized challenges. And the first is, let's get a bill done. Ranking Member Larson talked about the space between 2012 and 2018. We had over 20 continuing resolutions. CRs don't help us constantly improve. Second thing I would say is don't allow safety to ever be shut down. In the past, we learned that government shutdowns impact the FAA. It doesn't have to be that way. The FAA is a safety organization. We have a trust fund. We have unobligated balances. We can use those balances to make sure the important safety work continues to get done, regardless of the environment. I would also urge us to encourage innovation. The FAA has got a mission to promote safety and efficiency. They can do that by enabling the technologies, the performance standards, the operations that enhance safety, sustainability, and allow us to have more air mobility, providing access for everyone. Digitization. My friend Colonel Bunce talked about how we find ourselves at times in black holes. Digitization will help us understand where things are and how we can get them done quicker. This includes the registration, certification, permits of exemption, letters of authorization, even medicals. Digitization is something we need to make sure we're doing, and we're doing well. Workforce is a critical part of our ability to stay the world's best. In the last FAA bill, we required a Women in Aviation Advisory Board, a youth task force. Recommendations are coming forward. What we need to do now is look at those recommendations and see what is actionable. We need to attract and develop and retain the best and the brightest. That means looking to new places, finding underrepresented communities, and allowing them to populate our industry, our workforce, and the FAA itself. We also need to focus on ensuring privacy for people who are on general aviation aircraft. We know as recently as yesterday, the DOT talked about the danger to security when people have real-time information where specific individuals are. We need to focus on SMS. A new notice of proposed rulemaking has been issued. SMS is a remarkable safety tool, but it has to be done right. The tool has to be sized for the job. You can't use a saw when you need a scalpel. We need to get the NOTAMs right. We've talked about it today. This is something that we've been working on for a very long time, but in a world where there's a lot of data available, we've got to condense it to information and make sure it is always out there. We need to also address the 5G issue that we have been working on so hard. We've got to make sure that we've got alternative means of compliance or radar altimeter set for GA airports and make sure we're able to do that. And finally, we need to continue to work together. Congress, the FAA, and industry. Where we have seen dramatic advancements is when we share our information, when we collaborate. In the commercial world through CAST, and in the general aviation world through our joint steering committees. Together, we can ensure we remain the gold standard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman, and thank you for your specific recommendations as we work on the reauthorization of the 2018 bill. Our final witness is Dr. Carrie Buckley, Vice President of the Center for Advanced Aviation System Development with MITRE Corporation. Dr. Buckley, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Graves, Ranking Member Larson, and distinguished members of the Transportation Infrastructure Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you on the past, the present, and the future of aviation safety. My name is Carrie Buckley. I am a vice president at the MITRE Corporation. It's a nonprofit corporation chartered to operate in the public interest, which includes operating federally funded research and development centers, or FFRDCs, on behalf of federal agency sponsors. We currently operate 6 FFRDCs, including the FAA's Center for Advanced Aviation Systems Development. MITRE has supported the FAA for more than 60 years as a trusted and objective mission partner, providing technical expertise in air traffic management systems engineering, aerospace operations, airspace design, and systems automation and integration. The United States have achieved our excellent safety record through continuous world-leading innovation, from automated collision avoidance systems half a century ago to satellite-based position, navigation, and surveillance today. The aerospace community's shared commitment to safety has facilitated the trust and cooperation required for collaborative safety analysis and data sharing focused on detecting risks before they result in accidents. Participants in the Aviation Safety Information Analysis and Sharing, or the ASIAS program, voluntarily submit sensitive data such as onboard flight operations quality assurance data and safety reports to identify shared safety risks before they result in incidents. Over 45 airlines, representing over 99% of domestic commercial operations, as well as general aviation and rotorcraft operators, benefit from their participation. ASIAS should build on this history of success by increasing the velocity at which data is collected and analyzed, advancing its predictive capabilities, and expanding research access to the shared data environment to enable collaborative analytics. Looking forward, we have a new set of challenges and opportunities: software-intensive systems, autonomous aircraft, and cybersecurity, to name a few, combined with developments in the UAS and commercial space industries. Many of these innovations cannot come to fruition without an effective FAA. As both the aerospace regulator and operator of the air traffic control system, the FAA is often a pace setter in the development and implementation of new systems and technologies. On the operational side, its modernization programs establish the air traffic control infrastructure, affecting not only safety, but also capacity and efficiency. Delays in modernization programs increase both the sustainment costs and the eventual costs of modernization, squeezing the FAA budgets from both sides. Ensuring that modernization plans begun under the next gen are completed, especially those for trajectory-based operations, should be a priority. There is a risk to system reliability and safety if we do not accelerate the shift from sustainment to modernization. This will require both substantially reducing sustainment costs and prioritizing those modernization activities most critical to NAS evolution. Today, the FAA assures safety for commercial and general aviation through a rigorous process of regulation, approvals, and compliance checking. These processes are appropriate for a mature industry, but are not agile in the face of innovation and an increasingly diverse landscape, because they presuppose an ability to match legacy regulations to new vehicles and operational concepts. Congress and FAA should consider moving to a performance-based system which leverages safety management systems, including those in industry and the government, to monitor overall safety-based outcomes. Working with Congress, the FAA can create an appropriate regulatory framework while retaining the authority to spot check compliance. Safety also means ensuring our systems are resilient and protected from cyber adversaries. Risks to the FAA from cyber attacks and cyber compromise are substantial. Modernizing its computer and automation systems addresses legacy risk, but there is a continuing need to assess FAA systems for vulnerabilities to emerging threats and to apply proven technologies and methodologies to prevent, detect, respond to, and remediate cyber risk. MITRE is a proud part of the aerospace community focused on innovation. We will continue to support the FAA and the aerospace community in the search for solutions to our most pressing challenges, so we can all realize the benefits to a safe and modern aerospace system. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Dr. Buckley. I ask unanimous consent that the witness's full statements be included in the record. Without objection, so ordered. On behalf of Chairman Sam Graves, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record statements by the American Society of Civil Engineers and by the Helicopter Association International. Without objection, so ordered. And prior to member questioning, I want to let the members in the panel know that votes are currently predicted to be about 1:30. If that happens, we may end up taking a brief recess and coming back. If this occurs, just want the witnesses to be aware that we may have to take a break. So with that, we're going to first turn to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Webster, for questions. Mr. Webster, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate all this. Thank each one of you for your presentation. Lots of questions. I don't know where to start. Captain Ambrosi, we as a committee are continuing to conduct rigorous oversight on the issue of 5G C-band. And I was wondering, and what its effect is on safety. How are you and your organization engaged in this issue and keeping everybody up to speed?
Well, thank you, Congressman, for the question. ALPA is engaged on the issue. I'm pleased to report that at most carriers, progress is being made towards the deadline in July. However, it's unfortunate that we got to where we are today on this issue. There should have been a better collaboration between the FAA and FCC on this issue. It's something that this body should look at going forward, and we're happy to continue collaborating on the issue.
So going forward, what recommendations would you have to keep everybody engaged?
Well, the FCC obviously should have coordinated with the FAA on this issue early on in the process. So we're behind the scenes now. We're trying to trying to fix this after the fact. So I can assure you that our pilots and our members are taking this very seriously and working to ensure that every flight is operated in the safest fashion possible.
So what are you doing to keep your members up to speed on the problems or whatever?
So the airlines, individual airlines disseminate data to the members or to their pilots where it is. The NOTAM system has information that says which airports have an issue, which airports may not. Individual fleets, some airlines have multiple different airplanes, so some fleets have been converted sooner than others. And we as an association also disseminate safety messages to our members on an ongoing basis. But right now, progress is being made, but we do urge the FCC and FAA and the cell phone carriers to continue taking this issue very seriously.
So do you think it's better today as far as just keeping people up to speed?
It's better than it was, in my opinion. I've only been on the job for a month, but in my opinion, it's better than it was a year ago.
Well, I had another question, and that was, do you think that those communications, especially with the FCC, but is there some sort of snag that we could help with, improve, or change so that there would be more collaboration?
That's an important question, sir, and I would like to take that back to my engineering and air safety team and find out specifically what they feel would be the best way forward, and I'll have my team share that with your office and the committee.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks each one of you for appearing today. We really appreciate it. It's very good information. Yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. 5 minutes. The ranking member, Mr. Larson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First question I have is for Dr. Buckley, and if you could just maybe briefly explain why you live on acronyms? No. Could you explain why the ASIAS system as a voluntary system works in terms of collecting data, using that data, dealing with it objectively, as opposed to mandating this process?
Yes, thank you for the question on the ASIAS program. Certainly, as we've heard, the commercial aviation is safer than it's ever been, and it really is through the collaborative engagements through CAST and data sharing through programs like ASIAS. We're learning more and more and taking proactive actions to addressing emerging issues faster than ever. Since the CAST's inception, and the fatality risk in commercial aviation, as we've heard, has dropped 94%, resulting in the safest period in aviation history. Their work, along with new aircraft regulations and other activities, have virtually eliminated the traditional common causes of commercial accidents, which are controlled flight into terrain, weather, and wind shear. But having exceeded this goal in their 10-year goal of reducing fatality risk by 83%, they're looking for further risk reductions and leveraging industry and data analytic tools from ASIAS. The ASIAS environment operated by the MITRE Corporation is a data environment in which we are the third-party trusted partner to bring in data from the operators themselves, as well as government and other types of data. You can think about weather and other type of infrastructure data. What we use that data to develop these models to understand systemic accidents or threats to accidents or issues. And the key to this is that all of the parties participating build their participation and collaboration on trust. So this is a protected, we protect the privacy of those who provide it. It's a non-punitive environment.
Can I pause it there? Because I wanted to get to a question with someone else. But do you think this process can flex to apply to the new entrants, the eVTOL, drone users, or is it specific to the current system we have with among carriers and other operators?
Absolutely, and we are very much encouraging that shift. So we already have rotorcraft and general aviation as part of that. certainly UAS, AAM, and eVTOLs, we believe could really benefit from the type of analytics and shared data sharing that SIS offers. And in fact, we see that in other modes of transportation as well.
Yeah, great, thanks. Mr. Bolter, of course, we're doing the reauthorization coming up, and I appreciate your comments. In terms of staffing, we've heard concerns in certification. To achieve what we want to do in the reform bill, we need people at the FAA, and we've certainly over the pandemic and probably for other reasons, we've lost people at the FAA and other agencies, and we're trying to get new people in, but with new people comes less experience until they're more experienced. Is that, do you have a comment on whether or not that's holding FAA back moving forward on certification reforms or on certification generally?
You know, as Mr. Bunt said, it's probably a higher volume than normal for the number of folks with not a lot of experience inside of flight, inside of aircraft certification. But some of these people come from industry, and others come right out of college. We look at this as an opportunity. I agree with Mr. Bunce that we need to look for unique ways to train folks up and maybe accelerate their training beyond the on-the-job training. But you know, we think we have the right numbers of folks. You know, Congress has been very, very generous to us. 2023, we added 200 additional folks in aviation safety. A year before that, I think it was another 200. So, you know, that's part of it as well. We've plussed up our numbers so that would put more new people in the system. But we're confident that we look at this as a real opportunity. The folks we're bringing on bring different skills to us. Obviously, engineering schools are way different today than they were 30 years ago. You know, having folks of all different backgrounds and different skills really will help us in the long run. It's going to be a little bit of pain in the short run, obviously, with that many folks in training. But I think some of those training opportunities we may have could accelerate that.
All right, Mr. Chair, just in the final moments, I want to as well recognize the presence of Colgan families who are here and thank them for their continued advocacy for aviation safety for the entire flying public. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you very much. And finally, I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement from the Transport Workers Union's President, John Samuelson.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I'll yield back.
Garrett.
Thank you. Mr. Bolter, I understand you're not the acting administrator, but I'm sitting here listening to Colonel Bunce and Mr. Bolin express extraordinary concern about the FAA in terms of its, I guess I'll use the term agility, to respond to new entrants into the market. I'll tell you my personal opinion is that I think the FAA is using an antiquated structure that's based upon a 737 rather than new entrants into the market. I think that both the regulatory and the organizational structure are not, I guess, structured in a way that is going to truly be able to facilitate new technology. I'm concerned that we're actually going to lose our leading edge in technology in the United States to other countries that are more agile. And I have strong concerns about the lack of certainty or predictability that some of these entrepreneurs or investors are looking at as they're trying to make U.S.-based companies. Look, let's be clear. We've come in, this committee, this Congress has come in and banned foreign drones and others. We're trying to facilitate U.S. innovators and entrepreneurs. Could you comment on some of the concerns that were raised by other panelists about the FAA and just its ability to be agile and to facilitate some of the new entrants in the market as we're watching some other challenges happen in aviation?
We strongly believe in working with Acting Administrator Nolan is that we owe a path to new entrants, right? We owe them a regulatory path. At the same time, that regulatory path needs to, have safety as its foremost concern. When we don't get those paths out there, as Mr. Bunce said, then it causes us more work, right? And now we're into exemptions and other things where we could be doing rulemaking. So it is, I am absolutely focused on get those paths available. We've taken a tact on powered lift, which is eVTOL, be able to get those to market. We've made commitments to getting those there before the eVTOL is certified. We'll continue to do that. We're going to look at all of our regulatory pieces. We've pushed more actions through in the last 6 months than we have probably in the last 3 years. But anything we can do to get more agile. We got to be agile and safe, right? But we hear you, and I absolutely am concerned about the time it takes us, because at the end of the day, if we don't build those paths, then the applicants don't know what path to go down, and we need to build those paths that safely integrate technology into the national airspace system.
Oh, I just want to reiterate that I have very strong concerns about the current trajectory. I think that the panelists have legitimate concerns about predictability and agility of the FAA. It's going to be a key issue as we work on the reauthorization bill, but also want to make note that we still have significant portions of the 2018 bill that haven't been implemented. And so we're going to need the FAA to certainly show a higher degree of resolve in moving forward on the new legislation as we enact that. Dr. Buckley, MITRE has previously conducted research to help the FAA analyze aviation delays and improve upon the flight delays, and I think just the overall passenger experience. Can you talk a little bit about the results of your research there and what should be taken away in terms of our ability to be able to improve efficiency of the aviation system?
Yes, thank you. MITRE is, as the FFRDC, we've been looking at advanced both air traffic management and operations studies and efficiencies and automations for a number of years. We work in partnership with the operators, with ATO, as well as our associations and pilot members, and bring them into our laboratory to really look at some of the new automated technologies that can help and ensure safety, but also we look at capacity and efficiency as well. One of those that I mentioned earlier was trajectory-based operations. So that is something that we feel is a priority. That is looking at the 4D approach that really helps the efficiency and the safety of understanding the trajectories and to help our controllers and our operators. I would say that the foundations that the Next Gen program, of which many of these programs that you referenced are part of, is a foundation for where we're going in the future, and that is around the infocentric NAS. So again, that gets into understanding and modernizing the backplane and what some of these new approaches, these control approaches and modernization activities need to run on.
Thank you, Dr. Buckley. You're back.
This hearing is particularly important to me and my constituents. There are two airports in this region, in the National Capital Region, and I am co-chair of the Quiet Skies Caucus. I hear regularly from not only my constituents, but from fellow members about airport noise, and this question is for Ms. Buckley. Airport noise is not only a nuisance, it can affect health and safety. Ms. Buckley, can airspace design be utilized to reduce aviation noise and increase safety?
Thank you for the question. Airspace design does have a role in reducing noise and safety and sustainment as well. MITRE was involved in the execution of Metroplex, which was a large-scale FAA Next Gen program that looked at congested, high-traffic airports and was able to optimize the use of airspace in those Metroplex areas and save billions of dollars both on fuel and showed proven changes in terms of noise as well in those urban areas. So yes, there are techniques that can be doing that. The FAA and MITRE has been looking at those through the Metroplex program and will continue to do so.
I'm pleased to hear that. Mr. Muncy, in 2021, the General Aviation Manufacturers Association committed to achieving net zero carbon emissions by 2050. That, of course, is in line with the Paris Agreement to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Now, this commitment to carbon neutrality is admirable given that communities of color and low-income groups in the United States are exposed to higher levels of air pollution. So my question for you, Mr. Bunsey, is what changes should Congress enact to the Federal Aviation Administration reauthorization in order to achieve a net zero aviation future?
Representative Norton, if you look at our commitments, and it's business aviation working together with our commercial brethren to those net zero commitments, one of the biggest wedges in that is sustainable aviation fuel. And this Congress, in the last Congress, actually helped us a lot with the blenders fuel tax credit and some other initiatives that were in there to start building out more production capability for sustainable aviation fuel. That is going to be huge. But the other part of this is if you look at how we develop those for both commercial and general aviation, the wedge for technology starts to grow pretty dramatically in the 2030s. So we need to be able to set the stage now to do what Mr. Bolter talked about, and what a lot of us are pushing for is just being able to facilitate that rapid ability to certify new technology out there. So think about electric augmentation of existing engines that we have that are out there burning traditional fossil fuel, hopefully soon a lot of SAF. But we've got that capability, a lot of in the advanced air mobility capability that we can extend with better battery power density technology to be able to provide essential air service to a lot of rural communities out there. So it is probably the most exciting time in aviation since the dawn of the jet age, as long as we can get this technology certified. And that's where this FAA reauthorization can really help us as a nation and as a planet.
Thank you. Captain Ambrosi, you mentioned a current U.S.-backed base carrier that is attempting to circumvent the FAA safety standards by utilizing foreign base flight crews. Airlines can evade the FAA's safety standards. I was shocked to learn that. Safety standards for crews, leading to decreased safety in American airspace. Is there currently any mechanism to prevent this kind of crew outsourcing that reduces safety in the name of corporate profit?
Well, thank you, Congresswoman for the question. Short on time, so I will say quickly that the Department of Transportation looks at every foreign airline application to come into the U.S. So Congress's pressure on the Department of Transportation to ensure that the public interest test that's currently in legislation is applied to that to prevent foreign airlines from undermining U.S. labor standards.
Pleased to hear that. I yield back.
Thanks. Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Bolter, last July raised the issues surrounding Santa Clara County's ban on 100 low lead. Unfortunately, the concerns I raised went unheeded. I've got an affidavit from Reed Hillville Airport business owner and the lack of 100 low lead, which has contributed to at least one misfueling incident that I'm aware of and to one accident resulting from the aircraft running out of fuel. Can I ask unanimous consent to have the affidavit entered into the record? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Bolter, can you tell us what's precipitating the ban and the drive to get rid of 100 low lead, knowing that 1/3 of the gasoline fleet is powered by that fuel? What drives this decision?
Obviously, the harm lead emissions from those aircraft.
So I would agree with you, that's what's driving it, and would you do you have knowledge of the fact that the county study regarding Santa Clara County and Reed-Hillville in particular found that the limits were or the lead found was within the limits, but that information was suppressed by the government there? Are you aware of that?
I am not. That's outside my area.
Well, I want to make you aware of it. I've got a couple articles here that outline that. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to have them entered into the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Bolter, it seems to me, knowing that this airport was built in 1937, that most of the residents around it that now seek to have it closed are using this opportunity, so to speak, so contrived to close what they don't like. I'm wondering what the FAA's doing, and I understand that you've got now G100UL, which will replace 100 low lead, so I get that. What is the cost of 100 low lead on the average, and what is the cost per gallon of the new replacement fuel?
Sir, I'm not aware of those numbers.
Shouldn't you be aware of that? 1/3 of all gasoline engines use 100 low lead. Wouldn't that be something you would know?
Sir, you know, I'm an aviation safety organization. We are.
But this is about safety, right? We already had one plane that crashed because they didn't get fuel. The airport banned the fuel, even though it wasn't allowed to. What's the FAA done about the ban?
The FAA is continuing to work towards that. So that our airports division, which is outside my purview, is working that issue aggressively.
They're working it aggressively. So are other airports going to be allowed to ban it?
Sir, I would not know that.
Well, who would know it?
I could certainly set you up with our airports division.
It seems to me, sir, that if we're going to have a replacement fuel, and apparently we do, which is great, you have to make sure that it is widely available and that it is affordable. And if that's not the case, that we cannot allow airports to unilaterally ban it and have the FAA continue to sanction that type of operation. I'm sure that you are, or I hope, maybe you're not familiar with the Grant Assurance or Grant Assurance 22. Are you familiar with that?
Somewhat familiar, sir. It's Grant Assurance is run by the Division of Airports in the agency.
So it says that if you're going to have a public airport, you've got to provide the fuel and other services, right? That's essentially what it says. Yet the FAA's allowing airports to ban the fuel for political reasons. Let's just face it, that's what it is. It's political reasons. It has nothing to do with science. The articles clearly show it has nothing to do with science. And what's the FAA doing about it? What are they going to do about it?
Sir, I do know that our airports division is working that very specific issue.
Well, they don't seem to be very effective. I'll go back to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, and agility. They're working the issue. Here's what we know. We have a fuel that has worked for a very, very long time that is readily available and affordable. And we're allowing airports to ban it, and now there are crashes and misfueling incidents that are occurring, and the FAA is working on it very diligently. You know what I know? When you're up in the sky and it gets quiet unexpectedly, you're not concerned about the FAA working on it very aggressively and diligently. You've got a situation on your hands, sir. You're failing. I yield.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bolter, in my opening statement, and I presume you heard some of it, I mentioned the problems we had with getting the FAA to look into seat size as far as safety, and they went way over the congressional mandate. You're familiar with all that, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
It wasn't on your watch, though.
No.
Can you assure us that you will get a study, you'll look at the comments of the 26,000 comments that were pretty strongly concerned about seat size, and get some type of a resolution of that before you allow seats to be shrunk anymore?
Sir, you know, I heard your opening statement. I fly a lot myself. I'm not a small person. I understand the comfort level. You have my assurance that we will get through those comments and we will look at next steps.
Well, can you assure me that you won't allow the airlines to reduce the size of the seats or the pitch until you have gone through the comments and maybe even done another study, because the last study was obviously, it was failed from the beginning. Whoever came up with that, not having anybody over 60, and not having any people with disabilities, and no pets on the plane, and no children on the plane, and no, that was insane. That was not a representative sample.
So we have some ethical standards we have to meet with human subjects. Most evacuations do cause injuries, so any research around evacuations, we have to be very careful. We also looked at, we commissioned an aviation rulemaking committee that looked at 300 actual evacuations. So these are airplanes that evacuated, and in those 300, they looked at did the people get out, did seat pitch affect that? So we think with the study we did and the follow-on, looking at 300 actual evacuations, and we'll look through the comments, and then, sir, we'll go from there. I can't promise the seat size until which time we get through the data.
Concerning the Boeing situation, has the FAA started to go back to what it should have never given up, is that a review of the airplanes and not sub it out to the manufacturer?
We still have delegated oversight in every manufacturer in the country, but we've strengthened our oversight of those companies that have delegated authorities. We've created an office that reports directly to me, that writes the policy, looks at effectiveness of our delegation programs, and so we are not afraid to pull back those delegations if they're not done to our standards.
You feel comfortable with the situation of Boeing now?
I think that it's a journey. As I said today, we can never sit still. I'm comfortable where we are today. We need to continue to improve. We have reset that relationship, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Hamady, were you at the NTSB when Jim Hall was there?
I was not, but he calls me often.
Good. So you know how interested he is, how smart he is, how
Yes.
outstanding he is.
He's phenomenal. Is he watching?
I hope so. Hi, Jim. No, I have no idea if he's watching. But he's been very insistent on this rule about the black boxes. Can you assure me that you will make Jim Hall and the flying public happy by getting some type of a change so that they don't have to go to the bottom of the ocean, but those things will float?
Sir, I don't have the authority to mandate that, but as the NTSB, we continue to work on that recommendation. It's critical. We issued a 2015 report on it. I will state that the recommendation to FAA currently is open unacceptable, so we will continue working with the FAA on trying to move them towards implementation.
Thank you. I yield back. Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Appreciate it. I will yield myself 5 minutes. Mr. Bolter, the root cause of notice to air mission system failure in January doesn't appear to be due to a cyber attack. And if I'm repeating this, I apologize. This may have already been addressed. But we need to anticipate future attacks on the system that is meant to keep our industry, our aviation industry, safe. With the increased prevalence of ransomware as a service across every sector of our economy, and since the ever-changing technology used in aviation safety is software-based, does the FAA have a thorough cybersecurity plan, and are you working with CISA on a coordinated response should an attack happen?
I don't own those systems. Obviously, my IT ability here to turn the mic on, but anyway, we own some systems in aviation safety, obviously, and the agency has a robust cyber system. But when you're talking about air traffic systems, sir, the air traffic organization, I could certainly have our government affairs hook you up with the right people in that system.
Can you comment as to the nature of your relationship with CISA with regard to cybersecurity? I mean, that seems to me that would be integral in this environment.
Yeah, I know our IT department has a relationship with CISA, but you have to ask them how deeply that is.
All right, thank you. Mr. Boland, I'm going to turn my attention to you for just a quick second. NBAA's Advanced Air Mobility, or AAM, Roundtable is a forum for high-level policy planning with sector leaders to help chart a course for integrating AAM technologies into the nation's airspace and infrastructure. What are NBAA and the Roundtable doing right now to ensure AAM operation safety is paramount?
Well, clearly, we believe that advanced air mobility is good for the United States and good for the world. It has the opportunity to create affordable, accessible, sustainable aviation for communities that don't have it to the level we can have it in the future. So what we are doing is trying to build on some of the progress that was made in the last Congress, including the AAM Coordination and Leadership Act and the Advanced Air Mobility Infrastructure and Modernization Act. Beyond that, we're working to increase awareness on Capitol Hill and move toward what comes after the certification of the aircraft into the operations. We want to make sure that we have the appropriate air traffic and airport system so that we will have charging stations, be able to leverage airports and heliports and create vertiports for the infrastructure, as well as air traffic systems that are able to integrate aircraft above 400 feet. So moving from certification of an aircraft into operations is the big focus as we move forward.
I directed this question to your colleague on the panel, Mr. Bolter, but is there any address of cyber in what you guys are dealing with?
We are every manufacturer, everyone in the industry is very focused on cyber. It's obviously a front issue. We believe it can be done. We are able to operate today. We are able to operate across other industries. Bankings and other things can be secure. We believe that it's important to build it in as we move forward and understand what the evolving threats are.
And I'll ask you, just in the minute and a half that I have left, do you have a relationship with CISA so that you have the sharing up and down the chain so that you're more aware and they're more aware of the threats that may be prevalent in your space?
We're trying to work through that as an industry. We had an opportunity, several of us in the industry have met with the White House and worked through conversations with the Office of Science Technology Policy, with the National Security Council, with the Department of Defense to try to make sure that we stay on top of these important issues.
Thank you. I yield back, recognize Mr. Gimindi for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things I'd like to focus on here. All of the questions that have been asked, all of the testimony that's been given indicate that the FAA in all of its various parts of its organization has two fundamental problems. One, organization. Two, an inability to get the job done for lack of resources. And so for each and every one of you, if you could respond in writing to the committee or to me about what you need in terms of resources to carry out your task. Just listening to the testimony here, each one of you said, well, it's going to take too much time, we don't have the resources. So I won't ask you to comment all the way down until I get past my second question. But it seems to me that as we do the reauthorization here, fundamentally we have to deal with the FAA that is not organized to meet the challenges of a rapidly changing aviation industry. All of you have testified to that already, so I'd appreciate that information back from you. What do you need to get the job done? Personnel, resources, organizational structure, and the like. What are the shortcomings? What are your suggestions about how to properly organize and fund the FAA to carry out the multiple tasks? The question I want to get to deals with air cabin. We've carried a bill with Senator Blumenthal for the last 3-4 years now, and it's the Cabin Air Safety Act. Right now, there is, in most planes, no monitoring of the air quality. We've been at this a long time, and we do know from multiple incidents and testimony from pilots as well as air crew that there is all too often fume events in airplanes. And so I want to get to this. And Captain, if you could, Ambrosi, if you could comment on this, what you and your colleagues in the air experience And then we'll come back to, well, why can't we get this done?
Well, thank you, sir, for the question and your, on your support on this issue. We absolutely support your initiative. Pardon the pun, but smoke and fumes don't fly in an airplane. It's a problem, and we have far too many of these events. We do support, and we need monitoring of this to get to the root cause. Basically, there's data that shows maintenance may be over-servicing the auxiliary power unit, and it creates a issue where there's some smoke. But there's too many of these anecdotal of where it could be coming from. We need to truly get down to brass tacks to study it, because it's not good for the health of the traveling public. But our fellow cabin crew members and pilots spend a lot more time in the air than anybody, and it's a concern for us. So we support that initiative and are happy to collaborate.
Would any of the other witnesses care to comment on this? I know that here in Washington, D.C., if you want to rent out your house, you're required to put in smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors. And occasionally, somebody will come along and check and see if it's done. I don't understand why the airline industry cannot and will not do this just routinely. But they won't, so apparently we need a law. So I think what I'd like to do is to deal with this issue, ask the committee here to pass this legislation out of this House and literally force the airline industry to get on with it and to provide the monitoring devices so that the cabin crews know what's going on. And I'm going to go back to the first question. This is the larger question about the reauthorization of the FAA. It's our opportunity, in fact, it's our responsibility to write legislation so that the FAA is properly organized to carry out the multiple tasks of which all of you have talked about here today, and properly funded. It is not presently that by your testimony and by the questions of many of my colleagues. And with that, I will yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Babin's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all, you witnesses, for being here today. I'm thrilled to hear everyone highlight the successes of the past decade in terms of safety, and many of you and your organization should be celebrated just for that. However, there's a lot of room for improvement. An example is just 3 days ago in my great state of Texas, at Austin Bergstrom International Airport, 2 planes were less than 100 feet away from a catastrophic collision that would have put more than 130 people's lives at risk, and that's unacceptable. As many of you stated, we can't take our eye off the ball. We've got to work together. We've got to keep getting better. We have to continue to innovate and improve, and I want to applaud all of you for being here to be a part of that process with this committee. But from my perspective, recent disruptions and groundings appear to be due in large part to reliance on outdated technology and systems, some of which are built on software that is decades old, like the NOTAM system. The commercial connected aviation systems sector has made major strides in leveraging the latest in cloud computing, predictive analytics, and interlinked systems. These, aligned with all of the current cyber standards, offer reliable and stable solutions to government and to industry. It's striking to see that the failure to use or partner with the right software and service providers could directly result in a disruptive impact on our passengers, the airlines themselves, and shaking public confidence in our air operations. There are a number of examples of commercial connected software providers that have emerged over the last decade or so, but Houston is home to FlightAware, owned by Collins Aerospace's Connected Aviation Solutions business, which provides real-time data and services to airlines, airports, and the government that would provide substantial benefit to the FAA and to operators. Other types of software include advanced flight profile optimization to help optimize flight paths based on real-time weather and traffic data to optimize routes, as well as new traffic management software systems that benefit from the innovative software advancements. So, Acting Director Bolter, thank you for being here. These questions are for you. How do we use this upcoming FAA reauthorization to accelerate the migration from outdated legacy software systems that are used by the FAA and industry to the best solutions available to date? And is this a matter of providing direction or other obstacles? Are there other obstacles, rather?
Sir, I think we all have the same interest that these systems be state-of-the-art. My area in aviation safety does not own the air traffic systems, but we can certainly have our air traffic folks come in and brief you on their plans going forward on all those you talked about are all air traffic systems. And we have as a safety organization, it's important that technology continue to improve.
Okay. Then how do we support greater use of commercial data services by the FAA, either as a replacement or a complement to current legacy systems?
Again, sir, I don't want to speak for the air traffic organization on how to do that. I know that in my previous job as running the agency's airplanes, we did use commercial services in that. But you're talking about using those same commercial services maybe into the air traffic system. That would have to be something air traffic would look at very, very carefully.
Okay. Well, in the space sector, I represent Johnson Space Center as an example. We've seen great success with the Department of Commerce leveraging commercial space data. And I believe this could be a successful model for the FAA to buy commercial aviation data to improve its capabilities. Is there anyone else would like to comment on that?
Ms. Bevan, I think if we look at the NOTAM system as a pilot, several of us are doing there, it is an antiquated system overall. One of the things that, we look at AI, artificial intelligence, and we look at a capability, it's very difficult to certify it perhaps in an aircraft, but commercial services can go use AI to sift through the mountains of data that come in, because we're talking about NOTAMs from airports across the world that use old systems, like teletype systems, to be able to transmit runway closures and things like that. A perfect application for AI, and FlightAware is one of the leaders in this, is to be able to sift through that information and give us as pilots some very good data of what's pertinent to the mission that we're going on. And so I think I would urge this committee to really look at that capability out there in the commercial sector.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bonson. I'll just yield back because my time is just about out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bolter, I am increasingly concerned about the FAA's oversight of aircraft maintenance facilities outside of the United States. The FAA is now more than 10 years overdue on a congressional mandate to close this gap with respect to drug and alcohol testing. Last year, the House passed, and I will say overwhelmingly so, another bill directing the FAA to ensure that U.S. certified maintenance facilities meet the same safety standards regardless of where they are located. And I'm hopeful this language will be part of the upcoming FAA reauthorization legislation from this committee. So my question is, when will the FAA complete its rulemaking on drug and alcohol testing at maintenance facilities outside of the United States? And what plans do you have to bring the safety standards at these facilities in line with those domestically?
We expect, we are in work as we speak on the notice of proposal rulemaking to push that forward into our rulemaking docket. So we are working on building that rule for drug and alcohol testing of foreign repair stations. As far as other standards, we have a robust international offices that look at those U.S. repair stations in foreign countries, and our data is showing us that they currently meet those standards. But we will absolutely make this rulemaking for that gap you identified.
Well, thank you for that, Ms. Hominy. The FAA does not conduct unscheduled inspections of the maintenance facilities they certify outside of the United States. The FAA does not require the mechanics at these facilities to hold any U.S. certification or undergo any background check before handling safety-sensitive work. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the FAA has conducted almost no in-person inspections of these facilities at all. The few that are happening are still done over video conference. Does the NTSB believe that the FAA's current oversight of the repair stations they certify outside of the United States is sufficient to protect the safety of our airspace?
Thank you for the question. The NTSB doesn't have any recommendations currently on foreign repair stations.
Absolutely not.
We do not.
Well, but based on what I just laid out, based on those facts, do you think that there is a need to look into that?
Our recommendations are based on accidents and incidents that we investigate, and this has not come up in any of our accident investigations.
Mr. Bolter?
You know, I do know we are traveling back to those repair stations outside the United States, and also in some cases, especially with our bilateral partners, we have them, just like we do to theirs, inspect their repair station. They inspect our repair stations that are in their countries as part of our bilateral agreements.
Well, it seems to me that this committee, as I said, overwhelmingly supported that these maintenance facilities outside of the United States be brought up to the same safety standards as we have domestically. You're saying that it already is. We determined that it wasn't, so I think that there's somewhat of a disagreement there.
I certainly can go back and look at the data and see where we are on our surveillance of those repair stations, but we have exactly the same goal that you do, ma'am, which is that if you're at a U.S. certificated repair station, that the safety is exactly the same.
And so, and you're also saying that what I laid out in terms of NTSB, and that questioning is that you are now undergoing all of these inspections, and that is well underway?
We've started to return to the ones that we didn't travel due to COVID, but we are pushing out to do the ones that, and we don't go to every repair station, again, through the bilaterals. We do have inspections from the host nation's CAA, but those that we do not, our folks are getting back on the road, and we'll do those evaluations.
And so can you give me a sense of what being back on the road means, like how?
They'll do the inspections in person in those foreign countries.
Okay. I wanted to also ask you, Mr. Bolter, in terms of general aviation safety technology. I see that I don't have time for this question, so I will yield my time back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. Appreciate your testimony very much. In a previous life, I served in the Bush administration under W at a particular federal agency, and so it was my observation that a lot of federal agencies share a lot of the same hurdles, dilapidated computer systems, old equipment, a lot of stovepiping, not much communication within agencies, and I know that that can be a real challenge. It strikes me that given the important role of FAA and safety of our air system, and if you look at it this way too, business and investment goes where it is welcome. It doesn't go where it's not welcome. The regulatory modernization, I think, of the agency is and the whole space, so to speak, is really important. Mr. Bolter, can you comment on that a little bit? And this is following up on some of the comments that Mr. Graves made, as well as, to some extent, Mr. Babin. What can we do as we reauthorize FAA, have this reauthorization bill? What can we include in there to help encourage, to help facilitate the regulatory modernization that we need? If you can speak to that a little bit more.
Well, first and foremost is, we have the president's budget. We obviously need to be funded at that request level, and anything we can do to be more agile, right? Whether it's how we work, how all the hoops we jump through, anything we can do to you know, the pace of technology has, as we all know, has increased, but the pace of our processes has not. And, you know, my number one goal in the Aviation Safety Organization is to get that speed without ever degrading safety, but to build those paths for technology, to make sure that we don't leave people wondering what the path is to operation. What is operation going to look like? What are the certification standards of the aircraft going to look like? So everything we're really focused on how do we move faster, but at the same time deliberative enough, deliberative to the point of using our tools for risk analysis and keeping the level of safety, or frankly, we'd like to continue to improve safety and speed up the clock a little bit.
Okay, I got a couple of questions I want to make sure I get in, so I'm going to move to those real quick, but related. So what's FAA's plan for addressing aircraft avionics and ground systems cybersecurity, and specifically how will responsibility and oversight be managed in partnership with the TSA?
We have, currently we have standards for ensuring the aircraft are protected against lots of things, right, on the avionics, from interference, from any type of if there's connection between the back end, say the systems that you're on your iPhone on board, that those are separate from the avionics system. So we already have certification standards, but those are always we're always looking at those to make sure that those standards are appropriate for the current risk.
So what are you doing to address stovepiping in the agency specifically? Well,
as you know, it's every box is a opportunity to stovepipe. We know that we have to behave differently. We're looking at AAM. We're looking at a cross-organizational. How do we do this from vertiports to aircraft certification, which of course is an aviation safety organization, the operations, and air traffic integration, right? We are actually working together, sitting down as a team on every 2 weeks with the administrator and walking through what our plan is to be able to across the agency make it available, AAM in the airspace on delivery.
Ms. Hamandi, can you speak real quickly to the application and purpose of the NTSB's Most Wanted list, and has this list been a useful tool for enhancing aviation safety?
It's a great question. I worked on this committee for 14 years, and I was the biggest advocate for the Most Wanted list. It's fantastic for getting out what our priorities are. However, as the head of the agency, my priorities have changed. I feel that the Most Wanted list, which at the time was created in 1990 to communicate our most important safety issues, is negative. When you call something most wanted, you think of the FBI's top most wanted criminals. In addition to that, my biggest concern is that the most wanted list is taking resources from our investigator staff. And right now, 50% of our most wanted list is on highway safety. Our recommendations don't change whether we have a most wanted list or we do have a most wanted list. Our recommendations will always be there. But to staff the 50%, that's highway safety, we're using 7 investigators to help do that from our Office of Highway Safety. We can't continue to do that. We have to make sure that we are working to carry out our core mission of accident investigation. So I've asked one of my colleagues to take a look at the most wanted list and to recommend something else, whether it's something on our website that communicates our recommendations, but currently it's not something I think we should continue to support.
Mr. Chairman, my time's expired. Sorry to go over.
Thank you. Next would be Mr. Stanton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This outstanding hearing, a good start to our process for FAA reauthorization. An important aspect of improving aviation safety is the incorporation of new technologies, and we've seen those benefits take shape through the implementation of NextGen. On the other hand, aviation stakeholders have expressed concern that the FAA is falling behind other civil aviation authorities in utilizing a technology called space-based ADS-B, which gives pilots and controllers real-time surveillance and situational awareness. Space-based ADS-B was developed in the United States and is currently used in 41 countries for air traffic control, air traffic flow management, search and rescue, and data analytics. Chairwoman Hamadeh, as we work to reduce aviation accidents, has the NTSB looked at this technology, and shouldn't expanding its use for search and rescue and accident investigations be part of the solution?
Thank you so much for the question. Space-based ADS-B is certainly more precise, and that will help in our investigations. We don't do search and rescue, but we do partner with other agencies when that does occur, so that more precise information leads to a better outcome in an investigation.
Thank you. Mr. Bolter, small drones are playing an increasingly significant role in the inspection of America's critical infrastructure. I've seen firsthand the efforts of the Arizona Department of Transportation to inspect bridges that improves worker safety, decrease carbon emissions, and increase infrastructure resilience. However, some forms of infrastructure inspections require the small drones to fly outside the line of sight of the remote pilot while shielded by the infrastructure they are inspecting. The FAA waiver process can take months to complete and consume significant resources for the FAA and operators, even for those low-risk, low-altitude infrastructure inspections. The FAA has stated that it intends to streamline and standardize that the low-risk beyond visual line of sight waiver process, which might include summary grants or predefined risk assessment. Can you commit to the committee today that the FAA will publish a streamlined process to enable low-risk, high-value inspections this year, consistent with the FAA's safety and environmental goals?
Sir, I don't know if I can commit to this year, but I can absolutely commit to, that is important to us. It is work intensive to do the approvals you talk to, and we need those folks, frankly, to do, with those low risk operations. If we can make those more automated and or summary grants, then we can use, have those folks focus on rulemaking, which is what our next goal is, to get that a lot of the recommendations from the BV loss, the Beyond Visual Line of Sight ARC, into a rulemaking. So we need to do it. It's the current process is not only labor intensive for industry, but labor intensive for us.
Is there a timeline you're willing to commit to today?
Not today, sir. I'd have to look into it a little bit more, but it is absolutely one of our one of many priorities to get that done so that we can use.
We'll follow up regularly with you on this important issue.
Absolutely.
Second question also for you. I'd like to commend the FAA's efforts on 5G spectrum and finding a path forward to this point that ensures aviation is safe and uninterrupted while the telecommunications industry deploys 5G. However, I'm still concerned about the upcoming deadlines and airlines potentially not being able to retrofit their aircraft in the heart of summer peak season, leading to operational issues for aviation. Additionally, I understand there are ongoing conversations with the telecommunications industry on long-term mitigations for the continued deployment of 5G without disruption to aviation. Can you provide us an update on the status of conversations with the telecommunications industry on long-term mitigations on 5G?
So the current mitigations are voluntary. They are approved through their license with the FCC to raise the power to their limits, and that's our concern with that, is that introduces risk, and that's hence the getting the radar altimeters updated, sir. And so we continue to bring all the stakeholders together and work with the wireless companies to continue that their voluntary.
Thank you very much. I want to get one final question in here. Last year, our colleague, Congressman Langevin, was denied boarding due to a lithium-ion battery which powered his wheelchair, even though the battery met all FAA safety standards. Are there additional steps we should be doing right now in Congress as part of the FAA reauthorization to ensure that those who rely on mobility devices powered by lithium-ion batteries are not denied boarding?
So we can certainly work with our Office of Hazardous Materials and make sure that the current authorizations are well known in the airline industry so that that does not happen.
Okay, we'll be following up regularly on this important issue as well. Thank you. I yield back.
I want to publicly thank the chairman for appointing me as vice chairman, and I look forward to working with all of you over these issues, both the members as well as people that are active participants. I wanted to welcome you to the first preparation for this year's FAA reauthorization. And obviously, the United States of America led the world in the 20th century aviation, but we cannot take our leadership for granted. Congress must ensure that American aviation technology remains number one, the best in the world. I'm concerned that the Federal Aviation Administration is falling short in this technological mission. The FAA is run by fine, hardworking folks dedicated to keeping the public safe. Often their jobs are made more difficult by a bureaucratic agency structure that was designed over 60 years ago, if we go back in time. This has led to disturbing trends of underperforming technology projects, including our drones, and even the notice to the air mission system. As Congress drafts authorization legislation for the FAA, we should examine how the agency's outdated organizational structure contributes to these recent technological disappointments. The FAA came to the Congress in 2021 asking for help with its organizational structure. The FAA claimed it needed new tools to coordinate the integration of advanced aviation technologies. This year's FAA bill is the opportunity to develop these tools and set the agency up for real success. I have introduced a proposal that solves the coordination problem by evolving the next-gen organization into an Office of Advanced Aviation. I am actively working with colleagues across Congress and the aviation stakeholder community to prepare this proposal for the FAA reauthorization. We have been working on it for about 2 years. This hearing will provide valuable information for this effort. I direct my question to Mr. Bolter, the FAA's Acting Associate Administrator for Aviation. Mr. Bolter, the FAA came to Congress 2 years ago and said it was time to evolve the next-gen organization. This organization plays a vital role in overcoming our aviation technology challenge. May you please describe the FAA's current plans for next-gen?
Sir, I'm not aware of what the agency's plans are for next gen. Inside of aviation safety, I can just tell you that what you talk about, we're committed to working across the agency to bring AAM forward.
Okay, maybe you could, next time we meet, tell us a little more about your thoughts on next gen. Thank you. I'm also going to ask you, based on stakeholders being deeply frustrated with the FAA's approach to drone certification, do you all have a plan to change the drone certification process, and what role will aviation safety play in that process?
Sir, we do. We issue hundreds of exemptions a month, as we, I think it's hundreds a month right now on allowing drone operations of drones of over 50 pounds because we do not have regulations in place. So we are working on building a rulemaking set based on the Beyond Visual Line of Sight, ARC, the great recommendations that our Aviation Rulemaking Committee gave us. We're building that out as we speak, and we will continue to work towards a rule set for the drones bigger than 50 pounds and certainly commercial operations and agricultural operations in drones.
What is your time frame for that?
The rulemaking system is not quick, but we expect to have what we need to have done here from an aviation safety perspective later this year or early next year.
How do you feel you've done with drones in general and with 5G?
I think in 5G, I think bringing everybody together in a place that we don't hold a lot of authority on this. We don't hold any authority on the signal. I think the way we work that collaboratively across the government and with the industry should be commended. I think we got in the drone environment. I think we could have moved out with rulemaking much sooner than this, rather than be in this exemption world.
Which is one of the things I think we have to work on, is just making things move faster, more efficiently, and more focused. I appreciate your time. Thank you. and I appreciate all your work. Our next gentleman up is Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to all the witnesses hearing this morning. In Chicago, the City Council lifted up standards specifically acknowledging the importance of addressing security and stabilizing the workforce. This year, airport service workers, including caterers, de-icers, baggage handlers, wheelchair attendants, aircraft cleaners, and cargo workers, among others, will see their minimum wage pay increase to $18 on March 1st. Am I excited that one of these frontline workers, Diana Ordaz Quesada, will be attending the State of the Union tonight as my guest. Diana makes air travel possible for the elderly and people with disabilities at Midway International Airport and ensures they are transported to their destinations safely. She's on her feet for nearly 10 hours a day, walking 30,000 steps while pushing passengers and handling their baggage. Diana is frequently told to stay for mandatory overtime, which is difficult for her as a mother of 5 to balance work and family needs. Diana is one example of the impacts of chronic turnover and wages that have barely improved in 20 years in these airport service jobs. This is a dangerous combination, not only to have experienced staff leave the industry, but there are few incentives to bring new people into the workforce who do difficult and essential work at airports. I'm proud to be following that approach and reintroducing the Good Jobs for Good Airports Act with my colleague, Congresswoman Holmes Norton, to ensure our taxpayer dollars are advancing a safe, secure infrastructure inside and outside airports. To Mr. Boulder, given the significant investments of federal money into airports throughout the country, do you agree that it will be important for us to look at the connection between security, establish strong wage and benefit standards for service workers at our nation's airports, and when thinking about how to ensure the gold standard of safety and security in our aviation system?
Sir, safety is important to us at all aspects of aviation. The Aviation Safety Organization kind of ends as you get off the airplane and then on to into the airports organization. I could certainly steer you to the airports folks and have them and have you talk about your concerns with them as they run the ground, the ground side and grants and safety standards of airports.
Well, thank you for at least acknowledging their important role since you don't have jurisdiction. Mr. Chairman, if there is no objection, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Mr. Cohen.
No objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Garcia. I have to be quick. When I was talking to Mr. Hall's favorite employee at the NTSB, she kind of gave me an answer that allowed me to shift to Mr. Bolter, and he's responsible for seeing that there are improvements to the black boxes and that they don't sink to the bottom of the ocean. This is, you're familiar, 2015 NTSB issued a safety recommendation calling for all aircraft use in extended overwater operations to be equipped with cockpit voice recorder and flight data recorder whose recovery does not require an underwater retrieval. But yet nothing's happened with that. It's listed as an unacceptable response by the FAA for their failure to act on this provision. Mr. Bolter, can you assure me that there will be an acceptable response, and that response will be that the public is protected because we'll have floating cockpit recorders mandated by the FAA?
I can assure you we'll look at it. I'm unfamiliar with that particular recommendation. We'll look at that, sir, and I'll have to take an IOU on that. To where we are on that, I'm not aware right this second.
Well, I appreciate your taking a look at it, but that's not a very good answer as far as I'm concerned. And since Mr. Hall is one of the great heroes of aviation protections and safety, and this is his passionate desire to see this done to protect the public. I mean, there was a flight that was from South America to Europe, and it crashed somewhere there in the Pacific, and they took months, I think it was 6-7 months, to find the flight recorder. Ms. Hamadeh, can you edify Mr. Bolter to that problem in 36 seconds or less?
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that underwater recovery, especially when you have a very large debris field, is not only expensive, but it can take significant time, and it's very difficult. So that is why we recommended that we have them so that they would float. But it is open unacceptable, and hoping that FAA can take action.
So the FAA could save a lot of money and maybe save some lives if they did this.
save a lot of money, save a lot of time, and get us to what happened after a significant tragedy sooner.
Thank you, Mr. Bolter. I assume that'll be a yes answer now?
As I said, sir, let me, I look, I will give you that we are paying attention to every single open, unacceptable, and every, we have a great relationship with the NTSB, sometimes harder to implement than to recommend, but we will take a look at that, and I'll get back to you, sir.
Thank you, sir, and I'll tell Mr. Hall.
Thank you. I was going to try to be humorous and ask if that included balloons, but that's sink in the ocean. But I'll let it go. Mr. LaLafla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. I'm glad we're getting a good prompt start on our hearings for FAA reauthorization, so we do this properly and thoughtfully as we wind through the beginning of this session. So, again, I just bounced from another committee, so I hope I'm not asking these too redundant from what's already been covered today. I've been concerned about pilot training and pilot availability and such. My information has that we're about 8,000 pilots short of a full complement nationwide. And of course, that makes it much more difficult on the pilots themselves being asked to do even more. And it affects routes, and I would, my concerns especially of rural routes, small airports, things like that. And that just makes it that much tougher for travel. So the FAA has issued, I have here 9,500 certifications in the last couple of years, pretty good, but they didn't quite keep up with the decrease for active pilots. So it's noted today that the national airspace system has become safer over time. With improvements in safety of our airspace, I believe it's prudent to re-examine the regulations requirements for what it takes to become a pilot. That's something we can look at. Training and exam process to become a pilot in the U.S. can cost above $100,000. The FAA requires 1,500 hours of flight training, known as the 1,500-hour rule. Military pilots can do half that number, and some college graduates can have that number to reduce to 1,000 or 1,250 hours. So let me line this up for Captain Ambrosi. With improvements in the airspace system, do you believe we can be in a position to reconsider the minimum hours required for pilots, maybe especially military? Is there other requirements that can be re-examined, not to lower the level of safety or diligence, but that is reasonable within the context of what we're looking at here?
Well, thank you for your question. I can understand the plight of rural communities, but first and foremost, airlines make decisions on economics on where they allocate airplanes. It's not up to pilots, and I will tell you that in the last year, there were 10,000 airline transport pilot certificates issued, more than pilots' jobs in commercial airline, in the airline business. So we have a training backlog. COVID was obviously a major pandemic. It's great that we're all back in person here, but there's a training backlog. But there are more pilots today at major airlines than there were pre-pandemic, but they're flying less because they're all making their way through training. So we have a situation where when these pilots get back to where they belonged, they'll be more efficient and will be able to do more. But as far as rural communities, I would suggest that airlines use economics. They're flying many of those airplanes to more profitable cities now. They've upgauged over the last decade, and the smaller airplanes, when I started, were 30-passenger airplanes or smaller. Now the smallest airplane was 50, and they're getting rid of the 50-passenger airplanes for economics, not because of a lack of pilots. So
No, I wasn't saying, sir, that it's necessarily because of the pilots. It just might be an effect farther, down the chain that might see less. My focus mostly was on would we be helping out the process if we had a harder look at the 1,500-hour rule or some other portion of the requirements that could be brought more into line with what is really needed. If you have former military, if you have others, could some of these credits, for example, is there more way to expand credits and get that number lower and still not reduce adequate training?
Well, I'll go back to we're at the safest period in aviation history right now, and a lot of that is because of these very rules. So there is a significant credit for military, half of what the requirement is. There's a significant credit, as you mentioned, for the pilots that have gone to a four-year college where they've gotten advanced academics. There's a process, the system is working. There's a process in place. If someone has an alternate suggestion, the FAA has a process. The Congress has given that to the FAA to review those and see what else is out there. However, again, I will reiterate, we're at this, this last decade is the safest in aviation history, and we should, exercise caution.
My memory correct that before it got bumped to 1,500, the number was 250? Is that correct?
I don't recall there being a specific minimum. You had to have a specific licensing, so it would have been about 250. And I can tell you from personal experience, sir, that I was a captain at a regional airline flying that 30-passenger turboprop with pilots that had 250, 500 hours as new hires, and I could qualify that as on-the-job training. And the traveling public does not deserve to have on-the-job training in an airliner, regardless of whether you're flying in and out of a large city or a rural destination.
All right, thank you. I yield back. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all of our witnesses for being here. Mr. Bolter, I'm right here for you. I wanted to also discuss the NOTAM system because FAA recently reported to us that it would take until 2030 to complete fixes and modernize the system. And given that you're relying on vintage technology, which I think was y'all's term, that timeline seems unacceptably long to me if we want to maintain our edge in aviation safety. And so I wanted to acknowledge that the FAA budget is the same at $3 billion a year that it was in 2009 for these kinds of improvements. There's no increase taking into account things like COVID or other increased costs that you've had to deal with. I understand the FAA is seeking $29.4 million this year to modernize NOTAM. And I wanted to hear from you today what it would actually take in terms of funding for us to fix this, because it's not just the breakdown that we had, as we saw with, I think, the Canadian airline incident, that it's difficult to understand, and it seems to be, NOTAM system doesn't really seem to be working. So what's the actual number? What do we need to do to try and get by 2025 NOTAM updated?
My good friends in air traffic are responsible for the NOTAM system, but it's my understanding that there is a desire to go faster in that update to that system, and if that requires more funding, then they'll come back to Congress and ask for that.
So you're comfortable with the $29.4 million that you're requesting?
29.4 million, I'm sorry?
I think that's what you're requesting that this year to modernize.
Yeah, again, not my
not your area.
Not my area, but certainly, if they need more than that, I would imagine they'd make another request.
Okay. Well, we've also spoken previously about 5G implementation. I know everyone here is talking a lot about it. But are we just urging manufacturers to develop electronic filters? Is there there are other processes in place? Where are we in your opinion? And Captain Rosie, if you wanted to also mention what you think pilots are experiencing in terms of 5G, because I've been reading some concerning reports of indicating heads-up display anomalies, autopilot issues, auto throttle shutoffs that seem to be related to 5G. And obviously, while we want to implement this, we need to do it in the correct way.
Yeah, I do believe that looking at the data that we have, that since the power reductions have been agreed upon, that we're in a good space as far as the risk goes. Not unusual my history. I ran the flight inspection organization, so chasing mic ramps around the sky was our business, and a research and development organization as well, in which we've done a fair amount of testing with the wireless companies on FAA airplanes to look at the signal. At the reduced power reductions, we're confident that we've limited to very, very limited on any interruptions, and we are getting reports from pilots, and we keep that open, and we look at every single one of those reports. So I think we're very comfortable there, and we're comfortable with what we're doing to the poor performing radar altimeters, those are the ones that we're updating, or the airlines are updating currently. And then longer term, there's many more people entering that space, and the power is going to go up at some, in July. And we're looking at what are the longer term standards for radar altimeters to be built in the future, so they'll be immune to any future work in the adjacent space, if you will.
Captain, I have about 1 minute left, and I wanted to ask you to weigh in on that if you can, just from what you're hearing from your colleagues, but also diversifying the pilot workforce, not just by race, but by gender, getting more women into the workforce. What do you have ideas on how we could go about doing that? Would access to student loans or programs like that be something that you would find interesting?
Absolutely. So on the 5G front, I share everyone's concern that right now that is a voluntary mitigation, and that in July it's going to come back. Airlines are making good progress on updating their radar altimeters. Congress could consider in this reauthorization forcing collaboration between the FCC and the FAA, so hopefully stuff like this doesn't happen again, because this is obviously a safety problem. As far as diversifying workforce, we absolutely support federal loans. We're a profession. Other professions get federal student loans for advanced degrees, and largely we're not in that. So by extending that financing, it is expensive to become an airline pilot, but we are trying to broaden our diversification. I personally, I'm trying to turn our organization into embracing the next generation of aviators, and I think that's essential. So we're happy to work together on whatever we can do to do that, because we want our workforce to look more like or represent the communities we serve. I apologize.
Thank you, Captain. I yield back.
Thank you. Next will be Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. I know that a lot of the members on our side are my fellow colleagues on the House Natural Resources Committee. We had another hearing this morning, but we're back here in full force. And I look forward to working again on the reauthorization. And I was here in the last Congress under Chairman Schuster that reauthorized the FAA. And I know that there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and also know that both Chairman Graves, full committee Chairman Graves and the subcommittee Chairman Graves have placed a strong emphasis on general aviation, which is important to my state and to my district. And Mr. Bolter, I know that you're not in the air traffic control, or you're not an air traffic control specialist, and I'm hoping you can pass this along and have a colleague in the air traffic office follow up with me. I have a small airport in Mena, Arkansas. You may have heard of that. There was a movie made about it. It has a major problem with air traffic control. When planes dip below 4,000 feet, pilots lose contact with the Memphis Air Route Traffic Control Center. The folks at Mena have been trying to get a repeater installed so that the pilots aren't flying blind into the airport, but they haven't met with any success. We know that general aviation is critical to rural economies and small airports, and safety is always of paramount importance. I've spent more time than I probably needed to, or obviously not as much as I guess I need to, but more than you would think, traveling to sites on top of mountains where these repeaters could be located, visiting with officials, and so far we've just been able to get nowhere. And coming from with an engineering background, this seems just atrocious. It should be easy to do, not that expensive, and should have been done a long time ago. So I'd like to know what the FAA's plan is to provide RAG coverage from the western edge of Memphis ARTCC to places like Mena that are currently cut off from radio contact due to mountains and other physical topography.
I certainly know Mr. Rell pretty well, and I know my team's here taking notes, so we will have Mr. Rell get back to you, who runs the air traffic organization. I've flown into Mena myself, and I understand the issues with being able to pick up the center from Mena.
I'm not going to ask what you were flying into Mena for, but
I was actually dropping an airplane off for the paint shop there. I don't know if it's still in business, but it was many years ago. I dropped a Convair in there for paint.
It wasn't a black airplane in the 90s.
No, it was not. We did full daylights.
So, as you know, my understanding is when a pilot gets ready to take off from Mena, they have to get on their cell phone and call air traffic control, and there's also not the greatest cell phone coverage over there. So, I know that's just a frustration I see in one airport in my district. I know there must be others around the country, so I appreciate you passing that message along, and I look forward to working on the reauthorization of the bill. And, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield back 1 minute and 27 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Westerman. We will now have Mr. Auchincloss. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to start, Captain Ambrosi, just by voicing my support for the high standards for pilot training that are in place now. The flying public, as you say, deserves to know that those piloting them are fully trained and are not learning on the job. I want to turn now to an area that I'm going to be focusing on with FAA reauthorization, which is curb management at airports. And Ms. Buckley, turn to you. Beyond separating out departing and arriving passengers and creating more access points to the terminal, proposals to alleviate congestion at the curb and improve safety include deploying dynamic pricing models at curbs, addressing vehicular infractions through automated enforcement, creating off-site ground transportation centers with fast automated people movers, and advanced spatial sensing technologies to monitor congestion and safety risks. What is MITRE doing now, if anything, on helping airports and Congress think about better curb management at our nation's airports? And what might Congress do to partner with the work that you're doing?
Thank you for the question. We certainly think about transportation from a citizen-centric view as well. It's a systems of systems. So I think, we think about the continuous system of planes, trains, and automobiles really working together. And in terms of the technologies and the ways that we can model increasing efficiencies at curbside, I think the opportunities are tremendous. So if we think about smart city-like sensors at curbs, understanding what's needed, all of the potential solutions that you just mentioned, we have the mechanisms and tools to be able to model out those solutions to see if any of them really will lead to the improved performance that you're looking for. So I thank you for the question. I think it's an exciting area to pursue.
Well, I'll look forward to working with MITRE on that. And in a broader note, what do you think a trusting public-private partnership in aviation safety looks like between MITRE and the public sector?
I would really point to the ASIS program for the aviation component. So operating as that trusted third-party provider of data where we can bring in sensitive data from multiple parties and house that in a trusted manner. And as we mentioned earlier, I think that's a model to move on to other types of certainly advanced air mobility as well as surface transportation and modes of transportation to continue to see the advantages that we've gotten from these voluntary safety reporting solutions.
Well, I've had the pleasure of visiting your facility in Bedford and certainly can see the value that MITRE creates as being, as you said, the objective, neutral site for data sharing and for as a center of excellence for industry. Final questions are for you, Mr. Bolter. Some companies are talking about air taxi service, which would compete directly with existing transit and rail service in our cities. Has the FAA coordinated its planning with the other modal agencies to ensure it is not preferencing air taxis over rail or bus service in these areas?
So as part of our agency response, we coordinate closely with the department, and that would be department and department is now working an interagency group. The department has the rest of those modes. We would fully expect the department is working on that. I don't know personally, but I do know we were looking not just at AAM for getting them into the sky, but as a department, making sure that we understand the infrastructure around them.
I'd encourage that cross-modal collaboration to continue at the state and local level. And then finally, commercial aircraft are traditionally thought of as large jets or turboprops. If eVTOLs become a reality, that perception may change. And in fact, many companies are already advertising for future commercial service through our cities in 4 to 8 passenger planes. What steps is the FAA taking to ensure that these smaller aircraft provide the same level of safety that we have today in our skies?
So the certification of those devices are under our current rule set. You know, that obviously they have some unique characteristics that we're able to pull from rotorcraft, pull from fixed-wing aircraft, and then some unique standards for those, so the design is safe. And that's the rule we're building right now, the powered lift. So you have airplanes, you have a rotorcraft, and we're building an in-between category of things that can do both. And we're learning
This is the
how
10 to
those are
negative
working,
9.
right? But we're also not giving up what we've learned all these years
Right.
on how to build a good regulatory structure for operations. So we're putting them in the middle, but they benefit from a little bit of both. Right?
And I know the Europeans are doing this as well, and I would just encourage the FAA to work from first principles on what we decide and not just fast follow the Europeans, which I'm not saying we are, but.
No, we are, we're going to fit that into our rule set, and, we expect to have that done in the fourth quarter of 2024.
I yield back.
Thank you, sir. I'll give myself 5 minutes of question. I'll just make an opening comment on, I'd like to thank everybody for being here. I like what I've heard so far. I think everybody, what we've all heard. I like the gold standard, the safety that we've seen for the past several years. I'm not going to ask you individually, but it would seem like you would all like to eventually have a boss. I mean, we don't have an administrator with the FAA. You haven't had one for several months now. I believe you have one, but the nominee isn't going anywhere. It's being delayed in the Senate. And I think it would be very, very important that this administration would find a nominee that could actually get Senate confirmation, because I understand he has an interesting past. But that's just my point on that. I would like to start with you, Mr. Bolter. According to a recent study, nearly 70% of general aviation accidents could have been prevented if aircraft had advanced digital safety systems. I know industry is working hard to develop auto landing, auto takeoff, and advanced navigation systems for general aviation aircraft, but are facing frustrating certification delays. A primary cause of delays is that various lines of business at the FAA must be engaged in reviews and often don't communicate effectively. So what is the agency doing to ensure that FAA lines of business better coordinate and work towards performing concurrent reviews on these life-saving technologies?
I can only speak for what I'm doing and our team is doing is that, we're looking at these as projects, right? That's where we are with AAM. We're looking across the agency. If it requires cross-agency coordination, it's a project. We're going to treat it as a project. We're going to expect, that it continue to move along, depending on its priority. These are life-saving, some of the auto land and some of those things, emergency landing systems that are being built are really are game changers, right? We do, and we agree with you that the general aviation accident rate is too high. Even though it's been coming down, even one death is too many, and that's a tragedy for whoever's involved. So I can certainly look at where we are in that, but I know that with my colleagues at the management board in the FAA and the acting administrator and deputy administrator insisting upon that we do not act as we have in the past with stovepipes, and that we work as teams to deliver for the American public.
Fair enough. Mr. Bunce, I want to thank you, Colonel, for your service in the Air Force. It's my understanding, your bio, you're from Wisconsin. Southern Wisconsin, where is that? Where are you from?
Milwaukee, sir, but I'm a passionate Packer fan like you.
Yeah, got to get rid of that quarterback. He's no good anymore. Get rid of the quarterback. Gamma has significant experience working with companies seeking FAA certification for advanced safety systems. In previous testimony, sir, you explained that certification delays are often caused because the FAA doesn't have the correct group of technical experts engaged early in the process. Can you explain how this issue impacts the certification of new entrants and advanced safety technologies by the FAA? And how would you suggest, sir, this committee utilize the upcoming FAA reauthorization to address this problem?
Well, sir, I addressed in my opening remarks, when we go ahead and we have this delay in the rulemaking, we go ahead and require Mr. Bolter's people to be able to do all kinds of things like special conditions, exemptions, things like that, that suck away all the specialists that we could have working on this new technology. So to me, the most important thing that we can do is for this committee, and they've done so in the past in different reauthorizations, call for a 90-day review of the internal processes, not only within the FAA, but what then needs to go to the department in rulemaking. And then when things do start getting delayed, then the process between the department and the White House to be able to promulgate these rules. And what we're seeing is just we're delaying and delaying, and then we start to add more rules to that existing rule, which further delays it, and it does have a negative impact on safety.
Fair enough, thank you. I'll finish with Ms. Homandy. I'm looking at your budget. FY22 is 121.4. FY23, you have 129.3. Is that enough? Are we good?
It is not enough. The 129 actually came down to 127 because we had to pay for recovery of an aircraft because insurance didn't pay for it. So we don't have the resources that we need. We have asked for $145 million for FY 2024, which will help us improve training and get more people on board at the agency.
Okay, thank you. I now yield to Ms. Hoyle. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I want to thank everybody for coming and testifying today. That's really interesting. So in recent years, airlines have attempted to carve out their workers from state and local labor protections, including minimum wage, work and rest breaks, medical and family leave, arguing that the Airline Deregulation Act of 1978 preempted any of these labor protections that are below the federal level. Such an act would severely impede airline worker recruitment, which there are already issues with. Federal preemption of state and local labor standards would also force workers to rely on Congress to intervene in labor disputes, as we saw with the recent rail strike. So my question is for Mr. Bolter. Would you oppose enactment of any language that would preempt or lower airline labor standards? And if so, why or why not?
Thanks for the question. Unfortunately, that's way out of my lane of aviation safety. We're interested in certainly fatigue and other things for flight crews. Other parts of the agency, our legal department, we could have government affairs get back to you and answer that question for you.
I think it's important because, again, worker protections, making sure that people feel safe, that will help us in recruiting staff, which, again, I think is important. And to that end, we've also seen since the COVID-19 pandemic a lot more assaults of airline workers and flight attendants, significant rise in assaults. There were almost there were thousands and thousands of unruly passengers in 2021, 2,359 unruly passenger reports in 2022. So, as part of the 2018 FAA reauthorization, Congress mandated that air carriers develop employee assault prevention and response plans to address violence against frontline aviation workers. While most airlines have submitted plans, the FAA does not believe they have the authority to enforce them or hold airlines accountable if they do not submit these plans. So, again, Mr. Bolter, would the FAA support legislative language to clarify the FAA's authority to enforce mandatory employee assault prevention and response plan? Right now, crew members can receive voluntary advanced self-defense training to ensure safety and integrity of the cockpit door. Would the FAA support mandatory self-defense training for all airline crew members?
And certainly, safety of the airline workers, or any worker, frankly, in America, is paramount. I'm not sure that where the FAA line is. I'd have to probably talk to the legal department, but certainly, we onboard aircraft once boarded. Most of those outside of that are handled by law enforcement. But once boarded, then we have taken a zero tolerance policy for in-flight. And the most egregious cases get referred to the Department of Justice. So thankfully, I believe the numbers are coming down, at least the last I saw, a little bit, but even one is unacceptable for treating an in-flight crew anything other than with respect and dignity.
Thank you. And final question, we've talked about trying to recruit more pilots, and there are barriers, whether they're financial barriers, and they're significant. And in Oregon, we have some pilot programs that have really worked well to get more representation from underrepresented communities, rural communities, people that, you know, aren't affluent to get into, to become pilots. So happy to talk to you about that. But for right now, as you said, I personally don't believe we should lower standards, but you have a lot of people that are in training. What do you think about, or would you support increasing the airline pilot retirement age, especially to have them mentor new pilots coming in, provided that they can show that they have competency to still fly the planes?
Well, thank you for the question. It's a solution that's in search of a problem, and it puts an uncertain risk in the environment. So it goes beyond just raising the retirement age, which hasn't had enough study. What does happen, though, is the most senior pilots fly international operations. So those pilots will not be allowed to continue flying international operations past the age of 65. So those pilots will be forced to come back and fly domestic flying on a smaller piece of equipment, thereby going through another training cycle, a very training cycle that could have been for a pilot that's coming up that has a longer-term ability to fill that position. So it's going to create a shorter-term problem for the airlines and a training problem in that period of time. So it's more of a problem than any solution it would offer.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank you all for your testimony. Good to see you all, many of you again. Some of us have spoken recently. Ms. Homendy, you and I have spoken already. My questions are reserved for you, so the rest of you can relax for a couple minutes. You're aware of the issue I'm going to speak to you about. It's literally grave concern because of fatalities in numerous communities in Florida. The only real tie to aviation is that they're planning to tie this train to Orlando International Airport. But I want to talk to you a little bit about NTSB, the Brightline train, and just try to understand something about NTSB is my goal in this conversation. NTSB reserves its investigations for crashes where you can learn something new about transportation world, something unique is happening. I have a pretty correct understanding there?
We have a specific statutory mandate, and on rail, it involves a fatality or a serious injury. It includes grade crossings, but they are the ones that we believe have significant safety issues that we would like to weigh in on.
So to give some stats, we're talking about over the course of basically 5 to 6 years, some of that being test rail time, some of that being actual retail passengers, paying passengers, a total of about 75 miles of service, very short distance of train track running, an area that there has been freight rail running for many years and other passenger rails running for many years. In 2022, 22 fatalities, 2021, 7 fatalities, 2020, another 7 fatalities, 2019, 28 fatalities, 2018, 7 fatalities, 2017, 2 fatalities. At what point does the volume of incidents, some of them fatal, some of them non-fatal, many of them by suicide, many of them non-intentional, but at what point does volume of incident become something unique that needs to be looked at? And the reason this is very important to my community, the 75 miles that it's running largely doesn't run through my community right now, but they're expanding, doubling the length of this track to now run through my community up to the Orlando International Airport. And it has been captioned that this is the deadliest train in America per mile. I don't want it to be the deadliest train in America per mile, but now also running through the breadth of my community and my community now having those statistics. So at what point does this become the amount of instances that we have there make it unique?
Well, I have shared with the staff that I believe that we should do a special investigation on the Brightline fatalities and injuries. We recently launched on one that we thought we could open up an investigation, but it unfortunately was a suicide, which we do not do investigations of suicides. So we do continue to monitor safety on the line and work with FRA, who also has a responsibility to investigate those accidents as well.
My understanding was there was, I know the incident you're talking about, there's one that happened just a couple weeks prior to that one that was not a suicide. I think we made your staff aware of it. They were not tracking the incident. Looking at this, I guess you could say, or I should rather ask it, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is there anything in your opinion, as we look at this, to say that something has changed to indicate the statistics would be different in the expanded rail service? Has something changed to say that the stats will be different? They went back up again in 2022 to 22 deaths. The year before they were 7, so it doesn't look like statistically there's a decline.
I'm not aware of anything, but I will say this occurred on the Northeast Corridor before Amtrak closed all the grade crossings. So that is how Amtrak dealt with it. You do have a significant safety problem in Florida. I've pulled up in a car and almost ended up right on the tracks because there'll be a light right before and then a light right after, and then you have no idea where you're supposed to pull up. So it is a significant issue.
One more quick, I don't think I got an answer to this. You said the incident you spoke of most recently, it was a suicide, you couldn't investigate it. Does the volume of incidents equal something that is unique, where there's something to be unusual and learned, because there's been so many crashes?
I believe so, sir, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you, Mr. Mass. We will now go to Ms. Fauci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here with us today. I'd like to turn our attention back to diversity in the aviation workforce. Congressman Allred touched a bit on this, but I'd like to do some follow-up. In 2021, the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that only 3.9% of pilots in the U.S. aviation industry were Black. This is an increase of 0.5% over the 2020 statistics, but it still does not compare to the 94% who identify as white. In my home state of North Carolina, Elizabeth City State University, and HBCU hosts the only 4-year collegiate aviation education program in the state of North Carolina, offering students a Bachelor of Science degree in aviation science. With 5 different concentrations to choose from, graduates of this program go on to work for large commercial airlines, defense contractors, federal agencies, and more. This program at ECSU is one of few aviation education programs offered at HBCUs across the nation. But it is programs and partnerships like this one that are helping to diversify the aviation workforce. So with that being said, my first question today is for Captain Ambrosi. Can you talk to us a little bit about how the Airline Pilots Association is working with airlines to diversify training programs and the aviation workforce as a whole?
Well, Representative, thank you for the question. So, as I stated earlier, we absolutely believe in a more diverse workforce. Airlines, I'm from Delta. Delta Airlines is partnered with universities to try to increase more diverse workforce and get more folks interested, trying to reach out to the community largely to get a more diverse workforce interested in it. It goes beyond that, though, because as we've spoken, there's hurdles to entry based on expense. It's very expensive to become an airline pilot. It's a great profession. Fortunately, we've negotiated some excellent contracts, and the regionals are starting to pay more. So now people see a light at the end of the tunnel and say, if I'm forced to spend this time and this effort to get there, I will get somewhere someday that I can have a means to pay back any kind of student loans that we get through this program. But we absolutely support federal legislation to put student loans, our profession, in line with other professions that allow student loans to become an airline pilot, thereby bringing more in from the communities we serve in a more diverse workforce.
Thank you for that, and a similar question to you, Chair Homendy. Your written testimony discusses your goal of hiring additional personnel and right-sizing your agency. Can you discuss any diversity efforts the agency plans to take when achieving these efforts? And also, what resources are needed from Congress to achieve this?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. We are working to implement the executive orders that we have developed strategic plans to hire and recruit and maintain a diverse workforce. That means a great deal to us. I have appointed a chief diversity officer, and in addition, internally, we are working with HBCUs and others to hire and looking to expand who we're working with to recruit employees to the agency.
And one follow-up, and what are the consequences, in your estimation, of not investing in the NTSB's workforce now?
Yeah, our workforce is the same size as it was in 1997, and we have a great mandate. Every time we get a increase, most of that increase goes to the annual pay increase for federal employees, which is also needed, but we need to expand our workforce, our training for our workforce, to accomplish the mission that Congress has tasked us to carry out.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. We will now go to Mr. Stauber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think that Chairman Graves opened this hearing up to talk about the bipartisanship, the opportunity we have. I truly believe that, and I have all the faith in both our chairman and the ranking member. I have respect for both of them. So I'm looking forward to this healthy debate. Tim and Jordan are probably the only ones in this room that know this. It was about 6 years ago that I had my 43 hours of my pilot's license in my logbook, and I did a couple of landings, and my instructor was in the front seat, and I did them very well. And Captain, you probably know this, that first solo flight, I was so glad she didn't have me come to the ramp and get out and say I'm on my own, because I haven't soloed yet. And unfortunately, run for Congress and serving the people of the district have my private pilot license has eluded me. But I have to say, I am thrilled to be on the T&I committee and the aviation subcommittee. We talk about the gold standard. Every witness here in your testimony, it's all about safety, making sure that we bring the gold standard to America and then show the world as well. I really appreciate all of your testimony. As you know, or some of you may know, and this is I'm gonna start this question out with Captain Ambrosi. The NOTAM system or NOTAM system that we know has failed. Mr. DeSania and I have championed that out of the House. It passed 424, I think, to 406. So it's a high priority. And by the way, it passed out 4 years ago too. It seems like this is more urgent, and I urge you all to contact your senators to get this across so we can get that task force going to make it better. Can you just describe the current NOTAM system and some of the concerns, and how important is it that the Senate takes this up so we can get that task force up and running, and we can do it very quickly?
Well, thank you for the question, sir. First, go get that pilot's license. All right?
Okay.
All right. So the NOTAMs are essential. We have a very complex job, and getting information and processing information is essential. And I fly international. I go across the ocean. Let's say I'm going to Milan or Venice. I have information from not only the departure but the destination and every spot in between that we need to process. So without that without NOTAMs and that information, we can't do our job. So it's essential. Now I support what the action they took to restart the system. There's a system and a backup. I'm not going to profess to be at an engineering level on how the actual systems work, but they did what they needed to do in that moment. But it shows that there needs to be an emphasis put on funding and resources to make sure that system is improved and reliable going forward, so that we don't have a disruption like that.
I think that you talk about funding. We can talk about funding, but we also need leadership at the senior levels, and not just changing the name from Notice to Airmen to Notice to Air Missions. If we just have a name change, we're going to have the systemic failure like we did in the January 10th and 11th. So I think it's important that we bring that up. So Mr. Bolter, I want to ask you the same thing on the NOTAM system. What are some of the changes that you'd like to see and some of the recommendations that have come to you already?
So obviously, as the captain has said, the NOTAM system is critical to operational control at an airline. We require an airline to have all information regarding that flight, both the dispatcher and the pilot, to agree that that flight can be conducted safely based on the information available, to which NOTAM is a huge part of that. So everybody inside the agency understands the criticality of the NOTAM system. From a safety perspective, while unfortunate that system caused us to go to a ground stop, allowing flights to go without appropriate information we wouldn't be living into our safety standard.
With just 30 seconds left, I think that we have to really understand that, and I'm asking you to talk to your senators, because we can get that task force up and running maybe before the FAA even reauth. It's that important. We can't have another failure. And I just want to say in my last 20 seconds, I can't tell you how much I appreciate all of you and your input into making our aviation the safest. And we're going to have robust debates, but I believe that we're going to continue to lead the world with the exceptional experience that we have. And I talk to my pilot friends all the time. It's about safety, 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 both below the wings and above the wings. Thank you all, and I yield back.
Sir, as a former flight instructor, I hope you'll get that solo done.
Thank you. I now yield 5 minutes to Mr. Desagne.
Thank you. I want to be able to jump in and thank my colleague for working on the NOTAM bill and the success we've had. Mr. Bolter, Mr. Holm, Jennifer, it's nice to see you, and thanks for recognizing our work. So I want to talk about that. When Air Canada happened, you will remember, because it was at SFO and I'm a neighbor, went to the tower, talked to the people who operated there, talked to the pilots, talked to many of your predecessors about the NOTAM system and why it was ignored in that instance. So we've all talked about safety. I agree with you. We should really be proud of what we've done. But in that instance, we came within 59 feet, according to your investigation, Jennifer, of having the largest air disaster in the history of the country. Subsequent to that, in the last FAA, we worked together. We got a lot of good things in there to make sure some of the things that had that risk happen were remedied. The thing I'm concerned about is NOTAM and human factors, and the fact that this keeps coming up. And I'm haunted by the ghost of Richard Fenneman, if you can remember who he was, and the Minority Report from the Challenger discovery, where he said he called it institutional deviation, where NASA knew the O-rings were going to fail. Since we just had the anniversary of this, it's top of my mind. And his genius, Nobel Prize-winning physicist, saying the institutions knew that it was going to fail, but they looked past it, institutional deviation. My frustration with dealing with FAA and your staff, to tell you the truth, to make sure they're doing what Congress told them to do. We just allocated $30 million to upgrade the system in the appropriations bill and the omnibus. So, Mr. Bolter, how can this committee and the two authors of the bill and the chair and the ranking member make sure that you're actually implementing this and sending the message out that the recommendations from NTSB are being done, or we're going to have a disaster and all of the statistics will go away. All the public will remember was that we brought this up over and over again. We funded it, and I'm worried that we're hoping it'll go away. We need to make that exclamation. And Captain, I'd love to hear your response if we have time. How do we make pilots who are highly trained make sure they have confidence in that system? Because we also know from the research that once highly trained people, whether it's in healthcare or aviation, start to question the system, they just by human nature don't pay attention. So what are we doing, and how can we make sure that you're doing it right?
Safety, obviously, sir, from the administrator on down is our North Star, as he likes to say, and we're doing everything we can, whether it be NOTAMs or whether it be these two events. Really, the NTSB's teams are out on those two events, and we're looking at it from pilot performance piece of that in aviation safety, and I know air traffic is looking at those last two events. No one takes it for granted that these are serious events, and we need to double down on what is it that's causing these. What have we missed in our voluntary systems? What have we missed in our data that would cause these? It always makes us.
I'm gonna interrupt you, and I'd love to follow up with you, but I understand how these hearings go. Ms. Hohendy, could you comment?
Thank you very much. And it was devastating what could have occurred at SFO in 2017. From the human factor standpoint, our recommendation on NOTAMs is, so it's not just about the NOTAM system, it's what's in a NOTAM. And right now, for that specific flight, you had the runway closure, which was at the bottom of 3 pages of information. So as a human being, as a pilot, you have to make absolutely sure that the flight crew knows that what you're presenting to the flight crew, how you're presenting it, and that you're presenting the most critical information that they need. There's bird activity on the top. Show me an airport where there's not bird activity. And then putting the runway closure at the bottom doesn't make any sense. They need to know what's most appropriate, what's most critical for their flight so they get there safely.
Captain, you have anything to, just briefly?
Well said. I couldn't agree more. It's not just the information, it's about how the information is laid out. But we're professionals, we look through the data. Not having the data is the biggest problem, so we're not going to operate without it. But I couldn't agree more. Thank you.
Well, I want to follow up with all of you, and with all due respect, Mr. Bolter, we all believe in safety, but there's an urgency to this, and I am personally frustrated with your organization through multiple administrations in your lack of responsiveness to me. So I'd love to follow up with you with specifics with all of you. Thank you. I yield back.
I now yield 5 minutes to Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To all of you, thanks for being here this afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to work with you from this position. I'm one of the newest members of this committee. I'm really eager to get to know and work with you to provide an incredible service, a much-needed service to all Americans. My first question is to Mr. Bolter. Our regional airport, the Asheville Regional Airport, broke ground recently to rebuild a control tower that's 61 years old. We were all celebrating this and thought that it was a lot of money at $55 million for that particular project. And then I had a chance to hear from another major airport in North Carolina, the Charlotte Douglas Airport. They're working to break ground on a new runway at a cost of about $1 billion. And that airport is about the 6th largest, I understand, in the U.S., or at least we're going to claim that for today. But it occurs to me in looking at this regional airport, 61 years old, probably the oldest in the country, and then I compare that to this huge airport that needs to improve capacity and safety, and look at the price tag on that. That we need a way, I need to understand a way that we prioritize. As much as we'd like to go out and pay for every project, we need a way to prioritize these projects. How are we going to go about doing that together? Do you put together a list and we arm wrestle over it? What does that look like for a new member here?
So airport air traffic control towers, for the most part, are, airport air traffic control towers are prioritized by air traffic, and they have a whole set of criteria. We could certainly get the air traffic folks that do that in here to talk to you, sir. And then airports would be the runways piece, right? So they're kind of, air traffic equipment is the towers and airports. I know airports obviously has a whole prioritization system built into theirs, and I from my days in air traffic, they have a pretty robust system on facility condition. Obviously, 61 years, it's probably time. So, obviously, we could get them in to kind of tell you how they prioritize air traffic systems and how they prioritize airports. Both of those organizations be happy to do that.
And thank you. So am I to assume now that there's a list of all of these needs in America in some prioritized order that we will be able to look at as a committee when we're looking at which ones come first, which ones could reasonably wait till somewhere down the road?
Yeah, I believe air traffic has that information for facilities, and I'm not familiar with the airport's version of that, but.
Thank you. My, looks like will be my last question is for Captain Ambrosi. Also, looking at my district in NC11, we've got 2 pilot schools in the entire district. They're only about 20 minutes from one another, and yet we've got some very rural parts of the district that don't have reasonable access to pilot schools. And with what I believe the shortage of air pilots that we're looking at, nearing 80,000, and considering that rural parts of my district might very well have some up-and-coming pilots, what can we do, what are we doing to offer more opportunities for folks that maybe would want a career in aviation?
Well, thank you for the question. As I've said, we're encouraging Congress to take action to extend federal loans to people of a very diverse background and beyond those that just can afford it. It's very expensive to get into this profession, and there needs to be an ability for folks that don't have the money or have the ability to go to the military to be able to do that. So absolutely, we support legislation to diversify and offer federal funding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield.
Thank you. I now yield 5 minutes to Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bunce, I know the development of better products and new technology plays an important role in reducing the aviation industry's impact on the environment. Will the steps you outlined in your testimony to improve the regulatory and certification process help with progress in this area?
Absolutely, sir. What we're doing on sustainability is truly impressive. And, we are an aviation nation. We lead the world. Just noticed the other day on the mall, I was thinking, what other industry or what other transportation sector has not only 1 but 2 Smithsonian museums? We are the world leaders. So on the sustainability front, we're doing incredible research on augmented thrust through using electric power generation in larger and larger aircraft. We're looking at hydrogen power. We're being able to go ahead and look at lighter and lighter capability using fly-by-wire technology that really leverages, as you make the airplane lighter, you extend range. And so fuel efficiency really matters to us to be able to meet our sustainability goals. So again, it's a very exciting time. And if we can get the certification process to be more agile, to be able to be responsive by implementing some of these recommendations, I think we can make some great strides.
Thank you. Captain Ambrosi, looking through your testimony, I see that you have highlighted the changes to pilot training and qualifications, and that you also flew for regional airlines before becoming a captain at Delta. Can you explain to the committee how you built your flying hours and how pilots generally develop flight hours prior to receiving their ATP certificate?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. I, like everyone at this panel, love aviation, so I was excited as a young man to go to a 4-year aviation school where I did an advanced aviation degree, and then I flew flight instructed. I flew helicopters for a lengthy period of time, flight instructing and doing commercial photography, exercising the privileges of my commercial certificate. I flew multi-engine airplanes, teaching folks how to fly on that. I transitioned to Atlantic Southeast Airlines. It was back in the day we called them commuters. Now they're called regionals. But I flew a 30-passenger turboprop. I got hired probably 1,800 to 1,900 hours of time of mostly commercial flying. At least 1,500 hours of it was commercial flying. And there I was. I flew a 30-passenger airplane. for a few years, upgraded to captain at the regional airline where as I've mentioned previously, I flew with first officers that have been hired with 250 to 500 hour range. This was, pre-2010 bill, and it was at times it was on the job training. So it shouldn't be that way, but it's no fault of their own. We're in a more complex system now. Some would think that automation should make things easier, and as an operator, I can tell you that sometimes it doesn't. In the more complex airspace, as we welcome more users in, it's essential that we make sure that our pilots have the training experience to safely carry our passengers.
I can assure you all the young boys and girls watching this hearing are saying, I want to be like him when I grow up. All those aircraft you've flown. Administrator Bolter, we are in an exciting area in aviation with new advancements in technology like the advanced air mobility, sustainable aviation fuel, and commercial space travel. We are poised to transform air travel. My district is home to Vandenberg Space Force Base, which also serves as a spaceport. I understand the FAA and the Air Force signed a commercial space agreement in June 2021 aimed at protecting safety and better coordination. What resources does the FAA have to continue to promote commercial space infrastructure, and how are you continuing to prioritize safety?
Thank you, sir. I could have somebody from commercial space answer your question for you. That's commercial space, a little out of my lane, but I'm happy to have them talk to you about how they can do that. Calvin would be happy to do that, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, sir. I yield 5 minutes to Mr. Yakum. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the witnesses for taking time to inform us on this important topic. I think this hearing is the best way to kick off our work on the FAA reauthorization because we must always keep safety at the forefront of everything we do in aviation. We must look at every aspect of this policy through the lens of safety in order to ensure that what we do maintains the sterling reputation that we know to be American aviation. Our goal, 100% of the time, 1,000 times out of 1,000, is to get passengers, pilots, and flight attendants from point A to point B safe and sound. And the same goes for everyone on the ground too, from mechanics to baggage handlers to air traffic controllers and gate agents. And in the unlikely event that something goes wrong, we must have expert investigators who are ready to get to the bottom of whatever issue transpired and make recommendations to prevent future incidents. With that, I want to turn to an issue that I've heard from a number of my constituents about in my short time in Congress. Our community, South Bend, Indiana, recently lost a feeder flight that connects families and businesses from South Bend and the surrounding area to the rest of the globe. What I'm trying to figure out is how we bring these types of feeder flights back to secondary and tertiary markets. I know that there are probably a lot of things that contribute to this issue, but I want to focus today is on the aviation workforce. So as I survey this witness panel, I see a depth of knowledge, but also a wide range of different facets within the aviation industry that are represented. So my question is this: how do we attract more people into the aviation industry? Are there barriers from someone starting a career in aviation? And how do we increase the pool of people wanting to become pilots or mechanics and join other aspects of the aviation ecosystem? And I'll start with Mr. Bunce.
So as Mr. Bullen pointed out, in the last reauthorization, we really looked at youth in aviation and also women in aviation, because quite frankly, we've all already talked about diversity, but the majority of our workforce is male dominated. So we're missing a great percentage of the population. So our outreach, and all of us have programs on board, whether you're in government or in industry, that tries to reach out to youth and tell them, be part of this incredible industry that we have out there. But there are things that we learned through that study that we hope we can expand upon in future reauthorizations, to be able to say, how we appeal to a young lady is different than how we appeal to a young man. And we're talking down in middle school. And if we talk about what you could do for the environment, we emphasize a sustainability theme, or what you can do in disaster response, that has a different appeal and to a young woman than it does to a man. So we've got to be able to adapt. we've also got to be able to look at demographics out there and say, okay, there are certain people that, and certain groups in our country that have a propensity toward mechanical skills. We talk a lot about the need for pilots, but I can tell you that we have an acute need for mechanics and line people and people who work in our factories. So we've got to talk about this industry and the opportunities, the great pay that's in it, but also an ability that if you get into it, we will help you further your education. You work for a company, our company will have programs to be able to let you, if you want to go to a college or get a master's and develop those skills further, we'll help you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Hamady, same question.
Yeah, thank you very much. 29% of those women who are passionate about aviation became passionate before they were 10 years old. So we have to offer kids opportunities to really develop that passion for aviation. You could do that through air shows and education and partnerships. But I do want to highlight the Women in Aviation Advisory Board that Pete mentioned, which was required, which was tasked in the last authorization bill, and I hope will continue its work. And they put out a Breaking Barriers for Women in Aviation report, which has a number of recommendations, 11 for Congress, 15 for FAA, including nursing accommodations which exist in each of these buildings, and 14 for industry. We have an opportunity to encourage women in the workforce, but the greatest barriers are discrimination, lack of career opportunities, lack of flexibility, meaning work-life balance, and sexual harassment. And I'm going to talk about that for 1 second. 71% of women in aviation experience sexual harassment, 81% witnessed it, and 51% were retaliated against for reporting it. We have to address these issues because we want to encourage women, we want to encourage kids to come into aviation. It is a fact that I am only the 4th woman to serve as chair of the NTSB since 1967. And we have a workforce of less than 3% of mechanics are women, less than 9% of pilots are women, less than 17% are air traffic controllers, 19% dispatchers, CEOs, 3%. We have an opportunity, and this aviation industry is so great for work. And I want to work with the industry and work with Congress to see how we can enable kids and women and others to really get excited about aviation, because now is the time.
And as a father of 2 young girls, I could not agree more. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Patello, you're recognized with 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very pleased to be here as the new vice-ranking member for the Aviation Subcommittee. It's a real pleasure to be here. And I represent Alaska, and for Alaskans, aviation really is just the way that we get around, the way that we get our goods and services, the way we go to the doctor or the grocery store. It's really a critical enterprise. And we're always looking to ensure that we continue to improve aviation safety, as well as ensure a thriving aviation industry. These are essential to both the smallest villages and the biggest cities that I represent. The other thing, everybody knows this, but safety really is all about teamwork. And as we work towards an FAA reauthorization bill this Congress, I want to make sure that this committee recognizes that achieving safety means ensuring we have the right processes and standards in place, the right infrastructure investments, and the right leaders at the table, both nationally and locally, to advance aviation as a whole. And I'll focus my question today on aviation safety efforts in the state of Alaska, also recognizing that the importance of aviation safety standards really is nationwide. There isn't anywhere really, even in the world, where this isn't critical. And I want to see that the FAA continue to be the gold standard safety regulator for the aviation industry. So my question, my first question is for Mr. Bolter. In 2021, the FAA, in consultation with Alaska aviation community stakeholders, developed 11 recommendations to address Alaska's unique safety hazards through its Alaska Aviation Safety Initiative, FASI. And I was wondering what progress has FAA made in implementing these recommendations, and more specifically, Can you provide an update on the various weather observing system updates and installations that are needed, and what the FAA is doing to make these updates in a timely manner?
Be happy to do that. Having flown a little bit in Alaska and having responsibility at one point in my career for all the navigational aids in Alaska, it's a challenging environment. And we have in the agencies completed about half of those 11. In the Aviation Safety Organization, we're really working on 2, which is authorization for some of those weather observing systems so that commercial and other operators can use those weather reporting systems and in their commercial operations, and synchronizing really some of the things we allow in the lower 48 on GPS routes and other GPS type procedures in Alaska. So the Aviation Safety Organization are working on those 2 diligently. Our air traffic organization is really about the weather equipment. And we could certainly get an update for you from them.
And I would love to extend an invitation for your office to coming and to my office and briefing myself and my staff in more detail.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kane, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would thank all of our witnesses being here today. As we draft a new authorization, there are several major areas that this committee must look towards. Technical advances in aviation since the last reauthorization, passenger, pilot, worker safety, workforce training programs, general aviation, manufacturing, drone policy, information sharing to increase efficiency. And it's important that this committee do that with your insights and advice on a long-term basis, and it needs to be bipartisan like the previous ones were. If we're looking at the FAA, and Mr. Bolter, how can you lay out, when would you lay out a regulatory framework to enable AAM? What do you view this industry looking like, and how soon? And how is the FAA going to help facilitate that?
So we look at operations, we look at the leading applicants being certified, the devices or the aircraft being certified end of 2024. That is the current schedule. That schedule is made by the applicant. We believe that we have committed to the fourth quarter of 2024 having the operational rules in place and the operational infrastructure. So operational infrastructure is not just a set of rules, it's training to our inspectors, it's ability to add those on to commercial certificates, that environment. And then, what we've learned from the industry, and we've had a fair amount of listening sessions with them, and we've been working with each of the applicants that are kind of in the lead here of what their expectation to do, as we expect VFR operations in 2025 in some major cities around America on a limited basis, moving, in scale, moving along in scale. As that grows, we're working with our air traffic colleagues so they can understand what that looks like, at least at first, and then what kind of systems are we going to need long term.
When would you know of slippage of that timeline?
We will know. We have a series of goalposts, if you will, and
I understand that. I'm
yeah,
asking you,
we
when
would
would
know
you
it- we would know
understand there's slippage in that timeline?
I do know that we've got it. We've met our first 3 goals, and it is on time currently.
Okay, thank you. If I may, also, Dr. Buckley, what visions do you see that can help the FAA do its job, and that we as Congress should know exist, and when we're looking at the regulatory framework?
What we really look for is what does it need to us to transition to this modernized environment so that we can operate a safe NAS. And what I would encourage Congress and the FAA to consider is what is that risk and dependency trade-off as we move forward to adopt some of these new technologies. It's not easy. There's a lot of demands placed on sustainability, things we have to get right now, but then transition where we need to be. And I think it is that thoughtful trade-off at the enterprise level that I would encourage all of us to look at as we continue to think about the future.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Bolter, how will the safety management systems requirement for Part 135 operators and tour operators improve safety for the passengers?
You know, safety management systems are a systematic approach, and it moves us on the oversight world to looking at risk versus looking at strictly compliance, right? We want compliance, and we want operators to holistically look at risk across their organization, identify that risk, and then put mitigations in place for that risk. So it will change the way we've seen our relationship with the major carriers change, and it's a risk-based system. We keep asking them, what are you doing to identify risk? What are you doing to control risk? And it is really a change in the way we think. Now, the challenge for us, of course, in this is scaling it from the single pilot, single airplane person to large operations, and we're beginning to work through that as the rulemaking moves forward.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, the other members of the panel. I yield back my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Moulton, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to all our witnesses for sitting here so long. I know these are long hearings, but we appreciate you and all that you do. Piston-powered aircraft produce 70% of the total lead emitted into the air nationwide. There's no safe level for lead in our children's blood. The research on leaded aviation fuel is very clear. It's harmful to the health both of children and adults. We also know lead can have significant impacts on academic performance for children as measured by end-of-grade test scores, and I'm consistently hearing concerns from my constituents about leaded fuel. I understand that unleaded fuel for small piston engines is not yet cleared for use. The safety of the flying public is a top priority for the FAA, and we cannot risk prop planes having sudden engine failure because they're using a fuel that wasn't rigorously researched and tested. That's why the FAA's EAGLE initiative, that is the Eliminate Aviation Gasoline Lead Emissions Initiative, is critical. After a massive undertaking from the aviation industry last September, a new unleaded gas was finally approved for certain small planes. In 1973, before I was born, the U.S. began to phase out leaded gasoline in cars until it was fully banned in 1996. It's well past time we put safety first and stop endangering the health of our constituents with leaded fuel. So, Mr. Bolter, what is a reasonable timeline to fully eliminate leaded aviation fuel?
The goal of the EAGLE project is by 2030. As you said, we have already approved in a limited amount of airplanes a particular compound that does replace it only in those airplanes we've approved it in. We'll continue to look at folks that come early to market. Without a drop-in replacement, though, then the whole infrastructure around fuel, whether it be, is very difficult if you have certain blends in certain places and doesn't meet all the airplane's needs. So while we've approved that, we continue to approve that fuel for others as it is safe as in those particular aircraft engine combinations. We'll continue to do that, and we'll continue to work with the EAGLE initiative with industry to not only find a replacement for 100 low lead, but the infrastructure required to be able to deliver it to the airports.
And do you think that 2030 is a goal you're going to meet, or are we going to miss that?
Obviously, sir, if this was easy, we'd have done it by now. But it's when you have engines from 1920 to 2023, it is a difficult problem. But I'm convinced that with industry, if we put our heads together and we really get the right experts in the room, I believe we'll make 2030.
If we were to devote more resources to this, could we speed up the timeline, or don't think that's realistic?
I'd have to look into that, sir.
Okay. Until the cost of unleaded fuel is cheaper than existing, it'll be a hard sell to pilots and airlines. And is there a plan to actually bring down the cost of unleaded fuels to be more comparable to leaded fuels to help with this transition?
Pete, I don't know if you have anything on the economics of that, but I certainly
Mr. Bunce?
So one fuel has a supplemental type certificate. There's actually 3 other fuels in the testing process. So up at the FAA Tech Center, we're testing 2 in what's called the Piston Aviation Fuel Initiative, so they're going through that pathway. So certainly the Congress has funded that program, and we hope that continues until we they get through that testing process. Once we have more fuel out there, obviously it's supply and demand. So if we've got multiple refiners that are producing the fuel in different places in the country, the price will go down. But one of the big factors in the cost of the fuel is the transportation of it. If you've got to truck it a long distance, that adds cost. So that's why it's got to be refined in different sections of the country. There's really on the West Coast, if you look at what's happening, get fuel up in Alaska, it comes from actually down in the lower 48 where we've got to ship it up there. So transportation adds a lot of cost to it.
So I understand this is challenging, but America put a man on the moon faster than this initiative is going to get done by 2030 from when President Kennedy said that's where we're going. So I hope we can all work together to recognize and realize this goal for the safety, not just of the flying public, but for everybody else in America. So thank you all very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Chavez de Raymer, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
There you go. Thank you for being here toward the end of the day. I just have one question for Mr. Bullen. In regards to the view of the National Business Aviation Association, what is the view of the NBA's view of FAA's system, safety management system, as in regard to the proposed rulemaking?
Well, thank you very much. As I indicated earlier, SMS is a powerful tool, and I think we all recognize the benefits that it has. And we want it to be something that works at scale for everyone. I think that what we see with the new SMS rule, and it just came out recently, they've extended the comment period for 90 days, and we're going through it very carefully to make sure it actually is a tool that can be useful and not an impediment. So we are right now looking at the SMS tools that we have used, including ISBEO, something that was developed by the business aviation community, looking at the scalability, and we look to provide robust comments to that. We're in an education phase, and we know that it is imperative that we get an SMS tool, but that it is done at the right scale. And so that's really what we're focusing on.
Well, I appreciate that. As I was reading kind of through the testimony, Mr. Ambrosi, I think, referenced it, and to scale is difficult sometimes with the collaboration of 121 airlines, and when you're trying to factor in, labor, organization, regulation, manufacturing, I can see that it takes time, and so I appreciate that comment on the rulemaking, and I just wanted to ask that question and how you all were feeling in referencing those rules. So thank you for that answer. I don't know if you have any additional details on that, but if not, I thank you for your answer, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Ezell, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about the important work done by this committee to reauthorize the FAA. These programs and priorities are critical to continue America's leadership of safety and innovation in the aviation industry, especially as China and our adversaries work to expand their presence. Mr. Bolter, the United States aerospace industry is a key driver of economic growth. How does the FAA utilize the commercial sector to advance capabilities that have the potential to make aviation safer and more efficient?
Sir, we couldn't do this without, a lot of the people that sit at this table and our commercial aviation safety team, where we have labor, we have everyone at the table, and we have open and frank dialogue. We look at data. MITRE is our trusted third party in that. It is critical to our future that we do a couple things. One is that we continue to look for data sources throughout, and we work together. And we also build tools that can get more predictive. Our goal in the agency is not just finding what the issue was after the accident, but could we find these issues in a predictive way? And I believe we're starting to shift to that in our CAS team. I know that team working together is going to do great things about moving to a more predictive environment.
Thank you. Things are always evolving. As technology continues developing and American companies innovate, the methods and materials used to manufacture civil aviation products can change. Can you speak about the importance of ensuring the regulatory environment keeps pace with the advancements in technologies? And how does this make aviation safer?
Whether it be, you know, the advanced materials or advanced technology, avionics technology, as you know, has come on just made huge leaps. It's always a challenge for us to keep refreshing our workforce, but that's why I look confidently towards the new hires that we have hired, because they have different skill sets. While they may need experience in our aircraft certification business, they come with a great set of skills that we can move forward. But I also think some partnerships with industry to learn more about these advanced materials, so that we can and use some aviation rulemaking committees to look at how do we certify some of these advanced technologies.
Thank you. Mr. Bunce, can you expand on that a little bit? And what do you think we need to prioritize to ensure the FAA can certify products in a timely manner?
Training, sir, it's all about training, and exactly what Mr. Bolter said. And I know there's a willingness to be able to work with us, but we've got to think in a way that, looking at the new technologies, whether we're talking composites, whether we're talking fly-by-wire, whether we're talking about electric propulsion, that it is a team effort. And we have people that float back and forth between industry and the FAA, and that's very positive and that's very healthy. But if we're able to train together, then we all have the latest and greatest. The other thing that also, as we have new technology moving forwards, is standards becomes very important. If we just stick with rulemaking, as we all know, it just locks us in, and we can't keep refreshed with the latest in technology. And I know Mr. Bolter is very committed to be able to use standards more and more, where we get all the experts from the planet together, and we do it on a periodic basis to refresh.
Thank you very much. And, you know, I'd just like to say how much I appreciate all of you being here today and being the last guy here. Hopefully we'll wind up here pretty quick. So, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I also would iterate that I admire your endurance and patience. So I come out of the nuclear Navy, and if there's any community that's more obsessed with safety, track record, procedures, follow-up, analysis, some of the most feared words I've ever heard is, "I'm from Naval Reactors and I'm here to help." So yeah, I appreciate that you're focused on safety. I think I can relate to that culture from Admiral Rickover. Mr. Bolter, I'm concerned about this unusually close call on January 13th at JFK International Airport in my state in New York. 2 aircraft came within seconds of colliding on the surface of the airfield as they were transiting and moving. 1 aircraft missed the correct taxiway and began crossing an active runway, just as another aircraft loaded with passengers and crew is on its takeoff roll. We're fortunate that multiple layers of safety systems, back to the culture of safety, alerted, and one of our fantastic air traffic controllers made an emergency call to the aircraft to abort a high-speed takeoff. The fact that we're talking about a close call and not a disaster demonstrates the success that you've had and validates the systems that you've had. I'm proud that a company in my district has a long history of providing that kind of surface safety for the FAA, and they make surveillance systems that contributed to the controllers' awareness, situational awareness, and able to predict and interdict before an accident occurred. But my question, just very straightforward, are you confident, sir, that the FAA has the funding and the means to maintain the same level of safety that saved the lives at JFK, where the margin of safety was just a few seconds?
Sir, certainly the President's budget supports the Aviation Safety Organization. I can't speak to all the air traffic pieces of that, where that system you talk about is an air traffic system. But, multiple levels of safety are always what we're looking for as an organization, and what we ask of air carriers and other operators in the system. But yes, we certainly could get you some more information on those, on the funding of those systems. But the Aviation Safety and Oversight Organization, we support what the President's asked for in the President's budget.
Okay, it was the ASDE-X system, please.
Thank you very much. We're leading that investigation, and also the one in Austin, and it was the ASDE system. It was the Airport Surface Detection Equipment System that notified the air traffic controller that there was an impending collision. That only exists at 35 airports across the United States. It does not exist in Austin. And so we're going to take a look at that as part of our investigation, but certainly that's something that we need to look at.
Well, my daughter lives in Austin, so I have a vested interest
That's right.
in that safety. With the time I have remaining, I had the privilege of briefing the NASA ATMX team for next generation air traffic management. They were looking at next generation technologies. In my case, my expertise in distributed computing or edge computing. The culture of safety is almost antithetical to innovation. And I know that from the nuclear Navy, and most of which is classified, but very, very difficult for that organization to adopt new technologies, but they have managed to do that, and I think successfully over the last 30 years. Can you point me to any program or team, specifically not within NASA, but within the FAA, Mr. Bolter, that really is tackling this conundrum between innovation and safety? Because we're not talking about a new technology, we're talking about an entirely new system of technologies, and I'd just be eager to learn more.
Yeah, next generation air traffic system organization is looking at, what does the future look like? What does the data-centric national airspace system look like? We could certainly have them brief you on what they're doing, sir.
All right, thank you. We'll follow up. Thank you. I yield back, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Baynard, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bolter, thankfully, in your written testimony, amongst all of you, you've mentioned safety approximately 400 times. And it's critical because we need to make sure that safety remains paramount. But we heard the word security no more than 15 times. And Doctor, I want to thank you. You did the best job, I believe, out of any of the panelists or the witnesses during your verbal testimony, bringing out how incredibly important this is. So, Mr. Bolter, on January 26, your colleague, Acting Director Nolan, presented a debrief to a bipartisan group from this committee referencing his decision to shut down all air traffic in the country for a period of approximately 2 hours on January 11th. During his remarks, he mentioned that the FAA had a two-person integrity, or TPI, for anyone who could potentially manipulate software code in the legacy NOTAMs database. I asked him a very straightforward question. That being, was the TPI policy pre-existing in relationship to this incident and was ignored, or was the policy implemented following the incident to prevent it from happening again? Now, unfortunately, he chose not to answer this question and said that you had an ongoing investigation and that you would follow the facts. I asked him the question again, he refused to answer. So immediately following this, my staff worked with the committee to discover that, in fact, you did not have a two-person integrity policy in place prior to this incident, and that it was implemented following for mitigation purposes. Now, I laud your decision to do so, but I take exception that we had to find this out independently. So by exhibiting a remarkable lack of forethought by not having a TPI policy in place prior to this instance, the FAA left our entire nation's air industry in peril. So I'm thankful this was a case of poor management and delinquent policy standards, as opposed to a malicious actor targeting aircraft, our aircraft control systems. Because I don't know if our aircraft would be flying today if it were. So I'm going to ask you a question and then a follow-up. Have you initiated a key nodal analysis of your NOTAM systems within systems including the legacy database and the user and systems interfaces between these entities to identify any other single point of failure or vulnerability?
So the Aviation Safety Organization has not, but my understanding is that the Air Traffic Organization is doing a deep dive on that system.
Okay, so did you just tell me that the FAA is not doing a nodal analysis for your
No,
NOTAM
sir.
systems within systems?
No, the air traffic would be doing that analysis, and I'm sure, and they're currently in the middle of that investigation with
So
our.
who's
IT.
directly responsible for the NOTAM system itself? Is it the air traffic controllers or?
Air
two?
Traffic Organization
Okay.
owns the system, and obviously our IT organization is involved as well.
So you understand that they're doing this, but you don't know this for certainty?
I do not.
Okay, please do me a favor. Will you give them a call after you get out of this meeting? Because if there are more vulnerabilities and you have not taken the time to do a key nodal analysis for all of them, the potentiality of the destruction of our system for maintaining aircraft in this country is a real thing, especially if there's a malicious actor. So I think of all the things we talked about today, that this should be like number one on your list to take care of this. So I would like you to report back at some point, in either written form or a phone call to me, I don't care, that this is being initiated, to what level it's going to be initiated, and when the anticipated completion of this investigation is, because this affects every single human being on the planet that flies an aircraft.
Sir, we will do that.
Thank you. That's all I have. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The chair has been notified that there's a series of votes occurring on the floor, House floor. The committee will stand in recess subject to the call of the chair. Is that the right place to hit? Okay, all right. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
We'd like to try to get started if witnesses would find their way back to the table. Thank you. We're good. The Committee on Transportation Infrastructure will reconvene the previously recessed hearing. I'd yield myself 5 minutes, and then we'll get moving. Thank you. I joked on my way in. This is kind of like making it from the kids' table to the adults' table, so we're grateful. I wanted to get started. I represent the 19th District in the state of New York, and we recognize, in particular, 2/3 of flight delays, and most of what concerns us exists because of issues in the Northeast, where my district is located. Certainly, we recognize that the technology, of course, we use is terrifically, in many cases, outdated. I know that we've all touched on, and I don't want to rehash what has been discussed regarding Next Gen and the system upgrades, but to Dr. Buckley, if you could, what other advancements in use of technology would be appropriate, in particular, to address what has been a chronic problem in the Northeast?
Thank you for the question. To your point, I think we have the technologies. I think we understand how to control the airspace. I think we understand what's needed from a controller perspective. It's moving toward the right way to implement those. I think it's training. A lot of it is around workforce when we look at those particular challenges. And it's making sure that we have the incentives to not only bring in the controllers and the training that we need in that area, but also to make sure that we are, again, safety first and understanding the right way to maintain the presence that we need in that particular area and manage the very congested traffic that you're seeing in that airport.
So I spent the last 12 years of my life in local government, where I was responsible actually for overseeing the busiest general aviation airport in New York, outside of the New York City metropolitan area, what is now the Hudson Valley Regional Airport. We focused a great deal on the pipeline to jobs, and I know that we've all discussed this, and again, I'm not used to rehashing for the sake of rehashing, but to Mr. Bolin, can you talk a little bit for us about what additional steps we could focus on to create that pipeline to the workforce? What we did in my home county was focus principally on air traffic, on mainframe, I'll get it, on mechanics and technicians, directly from creating pipeline from K-12 to community college to actual hands-on work at our airport. There's too few of those opportunities. Perhaps, if you would, just talk a little bit about what steps we could be taking more broadly to address that pipeline.
Well, thank you for the question, and it's an urgent issue for all of us. We've already talked a little bit about the putting into action the recommendations from the Women in Aviation Advisory Board and from the FAA Youth Task Force. Beyond that, I think we've all recognized that there is a number of untapped opportunities for us with underrepresented communities to bring them in. Some questions were brought up earlier about the historically black colleges and universities. I think there are a lot of programs as well where we're going at a local level to try to address it. In New York, for example, we are partnering with the Red Tail Flight Academy to work with young people with the spirit of the Tuskegee Airmen to try to bring them into our community and provide scholarships to work them through that. Tomorrow I'm going to be in Miami with Flying Classrooms, an effort that is being made specifically to bring technicians in and have them work at Opelika. I think a lot of what we want to do is targeting groups that may not be aware. So much of what we talk about is, do you have enough passion to be part of our industry? Have you wanted to be part of it forever? A lot of people don't know there are opportunities here, so we've got to get out and make them aware that this is a great industry and that there are pathways to go forward. And then, as others have said, we need to find ways to provide those scholarships and pathways for them to be able to be part of this.
Thank you for that. I would say in the 30 seconds I have left, I do feel that we are not adequately tapping those regional airports and their connection to community schools, community colleges, et cetera. And I feel like that is a fertile ground to expand access to the workforce in a safe and I think pretty productive way. Thank you for that. And for questions, I'll yield to Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Appreciate y'all being here. As the unrepentant mama's boy, I feel I have to tell y'all, somebody said something the other day about, or earlier in the day, about one of our pilots, male pilots, of how little boys will see this and a lot of them will hopefully start flying. Well, a lot of little girls might see this too. My mama flew an airplane during the Second World War. She was a pretty cool lady. I'm very proud of her. Daddy was off fighting the Japanese, and Mama lost her oldest brother, Roy, fighting the Nazis, and she did her part. 17-year-old girl, didn't have electricity till she's a senior in high school, and she flew an airplane. I thought that's pretty cool, so I just want to enter that for the record. Y'all get that one for free, as we say. But Mr. Bunce, I said that name correct, is that right, Bunce? Maybe you do or you don't know, but Cirrus is a plane manufacturer, and they're in the Knoxville area. They're out there at the airport. They've got an important presence in my district. It's important that U.S. companies are treated fairly in terms of validation of U.S. products. I think even more now we see just the influx. I mean, you don't have to even think about the Chinese balloon, but dadgum, every time you turn a label over, it says "Made in China," and it sickens me. What specifically can we do to improve this situation?
Well, sir, I actually fly a Cirrus, and I train down at Knoxville and everything. It's a great and expanding capability down there.
I'll let you come buy me lunch one day.
I would love to.
Well, you can't, because it wouldn't be ethical, but we'll go ahead. Go ahead.
We'll make it a cheap lunch.
Yes, sir.
Sir, if we look at foreign validations and everything, as a result of what happened during the pandemic, and particularly in the MAX, we had a breakdown in the confidence between some of our other authorities on what we do with certification. And what that did is it ratcheted up the amount of looking at basically the work that was done by FAA, by other authorities, as we go and try to validate the products. With bilateral safety agreements, we're supposed to trust each other's safety competencies. So what happens? Well, then we reciprocate, and the Canadians reciprocate, and it goes back and forth, and it makes it very tough for us to validate product. So what we would propose is that you, the Congress, ask for a report from the FAA, first of all, on what metrics they're using. First of all, if you can't measure it, you don't know if you're making progress. So if you can get a report to say, how are we making progress with validations? Are we working with our foreign authorities? But equally or more importantly is we've got to fully man with full-time employees the International Certification Office. Right now, we get told by the FAA, well, we're fully manned, but they're temporary jobs, and everything is about relationships. We all know that. That's the way we operate and get things done up here. When you go and you have confidence with your counterparts in EASA or ANAC in Brazil or Transport Canada, and we know how each other's systems work, then we can use the bilateral to its max effect, and that's how we'll make progress.
Are we making any progress?
Very slowly.
Very slowly. Is there something that we could be doing right now? Are there laws or rules we need to be passing to ensure that?
I think during the reauthorization, if you look for being able to get reports from the FAA using the metrics and timelines, how long it takes to get through the process in both directions, then that would be helpful.
I'm always worried when I see a bill up here. I've been doing this political thing most of my life, and there's a lot of studies And they, when I was mayor of Knox County, everybody wanted to do a study, and I paid $5 million for some study, and it ended up on a shelf somewhere. Do we have any assurance that that study will incur some positive results?
Well, I know that Mr. Bolter will attest, when you ask for something here in the Congress, the FAA needs to respond to it. And if it's a recurring request, then you can check the progress. And I know your staffs do a great job of being able to go and look at us. They'll confirm with the industry that it's
My
correct.
staff's probably watching this right now, and they'll probably hit me up for a raise after you say that, so I'm going to.
Yes, sir.
Well, all righty, I appreciate it, and I appreciate all y'all, and I just wanted to throw that plug in there for some of our female aviators. That's pretty cool. And there's a cool picture or a statue of Amelia Earhart upstairs, and it is really cool. I've got a picture on my phone of my mama, and it reminds me of that picture very much. Although my mama didn't fly across get lost flying across the Pacific, she did her part for the effort here, and saved our country. So thank you all so much for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry I went over.
Thank you so much. Mr. Collins, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Acting Associate Administrator Bolter. The failure of the NOTAM system on January 11th was pretty much a wake-up call. And while we still don't have all the answers about what happened, preliminary reports about a single employee at the FAA causing a massive disruption and potential disaster, it is very alarming. And I'm a small businessman. When I identify a problem, I want to know what the problem is, I want to know what the solution is, and I want to know how to not have it happen again. With that being said, I want to figure out how to understand, because I'm new here. And I guess my first question is, NOTAM is Notice to Air Missions, correct? Is that what it's always been called?
It used to be Notice to Airmen. It's been changed to Notice to Air Missions.
Now, was it changed for safety reasons?
I don't know why it was changed, sir.
Sir?
I was not involved in the name change, so I don't know why it was changed.
You know how much it costs to change it? Or better yet, can you tell me how much time the staff spent writing and implementing this 176-page rule instead of, say, working on IT or protocol improvements, improve safety in the national airspace system?
Yeah, that wasn't under my purview. I don't have any idea how much time or effort we spent on that.
Okay. Well, let's switch gears for a little bit then. Has the FAA studied or reviewed if there are any outdated regulations or standards on the books creating challenges for aviation workforce recruitment or aircraft innovation, but that are not necessarily improving safety?
As far as none that I'm aware of recently, but anytime we do rulemaking, we look at existing. When we open a section, we look for are all these still relevant? Do they still are they still mitigating the risk we thought they would? That they thought they would. So, for instance, we're opening up a big section for powered lift. There'll be other things in there we look at to make sure that they're still relevant.
All right, thank you. It just seems to me that with the recent problems that we've seen, and there's been many, things like changing a name that you really don't even know if it was for safety or whether it was for gender purposes reasons or whatever. Your time and money would have been a whole lot better spent on updating that 30-year-old IT system or improving actual safety protocols, because obviously this wasn't even changed for safety. Mr. Chairman, that's all I got. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from any of the members of the chamber who have not been recognized? Before we gavel out, I just want to thank you, not only for your service, for your collaboration. I understand that's the most powerful thing we can do is first of all find out where we want to get going and collaborate and work on that process. And I look forward to working with you to make sure that we have accountability, which obviously that's how we get progress. So thanks for everything you're doing. If seeing none, I conclude our hearings for the day. I'd like to thank each of the witnesses again for your testimony. And I ask unanimous consent that the record of the day's hearing remain open until such time as our witnesses have provided answers to any questions that may have been submitted to them in writing without objection, so ordered.